Hi everyone, welcome back to Themes and Thoughts. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. Can you all hear me? Let's see. I don't look like it, hopefully, but I literally ran here to do this on time because I've been extraordinarily busy this week. Haven't really slept, breaking out. So that's that on that. Um, Oh, there is something I wanted to chit chat about before we jump right into the video. I do have an outline somewhere. There's an outline somewhere that I will be referencing at some point, but um, I I wanted to chat a little, just a little bit, a little bit, because what they're doing to Manon is not gonna fly. It's not gonna fly with me. Manon is my girl. Anyway, I'm not here talking about Cat's Eye. I I am worried a lot. Hey, Sobo Bobo. Hey, everyone. Hey, hey, hey. Um, if I get a very specific call, let me not say that. I'm not gonna put that into my vortex. Um, I'm trying to put because like one of the things that I don't want to do is inadvertently cause problems online. And I've seen this happening so much um, with a bunch of different content creators that, like, okay, if you're listening to me and I say something that's wrong, drop a one if you feel comfortable in my chat to correct me. I need to see something. Drop a one if you hear me, even if you don't know if you're right. If you hear me say something and you think that I am incorrect, drop a one if you would attempt to correct me in the chat, or even if to come up here and correct me. All right. Good, 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 good. All right. I do mean this with everything in me. I don't know how fully to explain it, but I do fundamentally mean this. So take it as something you can carry to the bank. I forgot the phrase, take it to the bank. Um, I do not want a community of people just agreeing with me. Good. I don't I hope you know, even for my friendships, when I correct people, I expect that they will correct me back. I think friendships are give and take in that way, and I do not want to have a community of people who just like cheer me on when I'm wrong. So that's the first thing. The second thing is I'm trying to be careful about how I do this because I don't want this to be an attack on someone that I have a lot of respect for. Um, so I'll say it broadly. Not every piece of evidence is going to work in your benefit. And I don't think you need to twist reality and agree with a certain statement or argument because it fits or you believe that it fits your narrative even when it's false. And I think like the manosphere did this a lot, and a lot of content creators I find are doing this a lot, and then the audience agrees, and it's like really disheartening to see sometimes that like we will take a very incorrect statement, but because it serves our purpose we will pretend as if it is accurate, and then we will ignore all sort of alternative explanations or anything that does not fit your narrative. Because something fits your narrative does not make it true. That's ultimately the conclusion I want to give. And whenever I'm on here talking, I'm only talking about things that I think are true. And if it fits a narrative, then period, I'm going to use it. But I will never knowingly spout things that are incorrect and then in the face of correction ignore that correction. That's not something that I will ever do. And if you think I'm doing it, please call me out. I'm empowering you to call me out on the way that I make content and the integrity of the platform. You have every right to leave the moment you think that I am intentionally disregarding reality in order to push a narrative. All right. Now that that's out of the way, let's relax. Like the live stream, please. Thank you, One Intel. Please, please, please like the live stream. Let's go to this video real quick. Let's go to this video real quick so we can refresh and then. No, no, no. No, you did. Lexi, you do not need context. I think the only context that's necessary is that for me, if you hear me say something that you think is wrong, not that you disagree with, that you think is wrong, and you can provide evidence that is opposite to whatever it is that I'm saying, please feel free to reach out to me or even say it in the chat. I do not, my world is not predicated on being right online, and I would much rather be corrected than to continue to be ignorant. So that's that and that. All right. I met Demas last weekend and wait, I know. By the way, when you said hello, I was nervous because I did not know how much of me you saw and whether or not I was doing I was zipping it and doing it. I remember this. I remember our interaction. We now follow each other on Insta. But I was nervous because I did not know how much of I wasn't drinking. Oh, good. You were drunk. Period. Period. All right, cool. So I can deny anything you saw. Anything you saw, I didn't do. If you saw it, I didn't do it. All right. Girl, I was shook. Yeah, I was because they're like, "Oh my God, Themis!" I was like, "Hey, how are you?" And we hugged and we were talking. And in the back of my mind, I was like, "Wait, what was I doing?" Like, I obviously I'm not always doing anything, but like in the back of my mind, I was like, "Please, God, please, please tell me I wasn't doing anything that could have been caught on camera." But I wasn't doing. I wasn't doing anything. I don't think I was doing anything. But period. And you look good, girl. By the way, anytime I'm out and I see like anyone who is like beautiful and like they know me or whatever, and we say hello, there's a part of me that's like, oh my God, I want to take a picture, but then I feel awkward, so I don't ask. But you ate down. I was like, girl, period. But yeah, you ate down, but I didn't want to be weird, so I didn't fan out.
Talk about growth. That's not cheating. That's leveling up. And honestly, you're so real for that. You didn't just leave the relationship. You left a message saying, I am allowed to be happy. And honestly, you're so real for that. No, of course it's not cheating. And honestly, you saying that it's cheating shows how much you care. Really, you're just understanding who you are as a person. And honestly, you're so real for that. Wow. Talk about growth.
Yeah. Yeah. The reason, y'all remember Kendra online? The reason this was so funny to me is I've been watching a lot of content creator. This is shady. This is in fact shady, and I don't care. I do not care about me being shady this way. I dislike AI slop being presented as content. It is one of my biggest pet peeves, and it's because I am a writer. It is because one of the things that I do that I absolutely love doing is writing. And so when I see content creators absolutely sitting in front of their camera, reading from ChatGPT and not announcing that they're using ChatGPT, it is absolutely insane. And it is super easy to tell when you're doing it. These content creators aren't actually, no, let me pull back a little bit. These content creators are using ChatGPT and AI language where it is very easy to tell the negation, the list of threes. I'm saying this now, so if you're watching me, you can go back and not do that, right? So it is insane that we sit there and we read word for word a ChatGPT response to your prompt, and you do no work at all. I've been watching a couple of content creators, smaller content creators do this. Obviously, I'm one of the smaller content creators too. And it's absolutely insane to me that you will sit up there and read verbatim, right? When the language model is so easily predictable. Like AI doesn't come up with anything new, right? It tries to predict what a human will say and then says the thing. And it starts off by doing a kind of negation. It's not this, it's this. And then when it's listing, it comes in lists of threes, right? The language is very easy to tell. It sounds exactly like this. And also, if you listen to Kendra on TikTok, the one that fell in love with her psychiatrist, and you listen to her talking to her ChatGPT, the language is very repetitive and it is very easy to tell when you're doing it. So for content creators listening, some of you I know watch me, that is lazy. That is lazy and disgusting. Please stop doing it. At least put some effort into your content, because that is just highly disrespectful. That is highly disrespectful to be up there, right? Making 10-minute video of you just reading ChatGPT. Like that, and I'm not saying don't use it to help you write, come up with ideas, whatever, but at least put your personality in there, girl. Absolutely not. That is diabolical. Just disgusting. Yeah, like how you gonna sit up there and read ChatGPT verbatim? Anyway, we are here today not to talk about none of that, but to talk about the war on women. And I told you guys that I have a specific need. No. See, the thing is, the way Finn uses it, I don't think you should be using ChatGPT and AI in this way generally. Kilo dragged me for this, and we're having an internal fight about this, right? But at least the way Finn uses it is she interacts with it live, right? So it's not that she's taking ChatGPT's information and presenting it like her own as her own. She's responding and doing research in real time, and then obviously, hopefully, going to the research linked and that's the primary sources, right? So that's not what I'm talking about. That is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people who make short videos reading AI answers to their questions and pretending like they are coming up with new ideas. And it's really strange. It is like, you can, like, everyone watching you, if anyone is watching, can tell that what you're doing, and you're not disclosing that. It's very strange. I think it's unethical, but also it's like very, like, it's very robotic, mechanical, and it doesn't have the kind of human feel, even though a human is reading it. It's very strange. It's very strange. I don't know why people doing that. All right, cool. Now, grab your coffee, water. I vent to ChatGPT. I would never use it to write my right. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking, go and get that. And we will jump right into Keela. Please do not text me. Don't text me, guy. You play entirely too much. Whatever you're drinking, go and get that. And let's get into what I'm going to talk about. Kilo, plate, and tally. I'm not laughing. I'm not doing this with y'all today. All right. No, yeah. The thing is, ChatGPT, if you wanted to debate, if it didn't destroy the environment, it's a good way to like engage with your debate. So I don't have a problem with that. I just have a problem with people presenting ChatGPT ideas as if it were their own. That's really diabolical. And the people I see doing it, they're actually a lot more talented than that, and that is frustrating to moi. All right. So there is a war on child free women. And I say child free women because I do actually mean child free in the most obvious, overt sense of the word child free. And I don't know why, well, I do know why this is happening, right? And if we go back to Genesis, right? If we go to Eve and the creation of Eve and then the introduction of sin into the world, I'm not reiterating the Eve story. Instead, I'm going to do another one. Let's do Pandora. I think the biblical creation is very easy and we all know it. So let's do another creation of humanity and let's go to Pandora. This is the first mortal woman. Hephaestus is the one who created her, breathed life into her, whatever. And one god would give her emotion, another would give her language, another god would give her beauty. And then Zeus, in particular, Zeus gave Pandora curiosity and a box and told her not to open the box. Remember this. Curiosity was given, mind you, there is no reason to have given this woman curiosity. Zeus go ahead and gave her curiosity and then gave her a box and says, girl, do not open this box, period. Put her on the earth and expected her not to open the box without telling her what was in the box. Zeus told her, girl, don't open it. In this box was all the evils and suffering that Zeus had created. So one, Zeus created a bunch of degeneracy, put it in a box and gave it to a woman, told the woman not to open it, and then gave her curiosity as one of his godly bestowed virtues unto this woman. Obviously, she could use that to do science or whatever. Why would the creator, let's use Zeus as a creator here, give her the thing that would cause destruction, right? And why wouldn't she open it after you give her curiosity? Now, obviously, at the bottom of the box, there was also hope, but we're not going to get into this. What I'm trying to highlight with the Pandora story is something that is always neglected in the discussion around evil being introduced in the world. The origin of humanity seems to always come with a woman doing something they were told not to do that causes a kind of destruction. And the story tends to stop there. A common trend in creation story is that a woman who is uncontrolled without being subjugated by a man brings evil into the world. And what is unconsciously being sold in a lot of these stories, the Bible included, most of the Bible really, is that women should not be left to their own devices and that women needs to be subjugated and controlled, because if they are not controlled, if they are not being watched, if they are not subjugated in very specific ways, then they are going to act and they are going to cause destruction, right? These stories never dissect meaningfully the greater powers and the failures on the parts of the greater powers, right? The woman is painted as unruly and the bringers, I probably shouldn't say the bringers of doom, but the bringers of doom. Creation of the destruction is above reproach. The person who created the thing that causes the destruction, the person who talks about what comes from what the woman should and should not do while allowing her to do it is never really questioned. And I'm not talking about the man, right? I'm talking about like the greater power, in this case, Zeus, and in the biblical sense, actually God, right? So the war on women is a story that we have been accepting as a matter of fact, that this is how the world has to operate, even subconsciously. There is an understanding that this is how the world has to operate. Patriarchy is how it should be. And in that patriarchy, women's voice is a problem. Like it is just is a problem, right? And so, with this knowledge, it is very difficult to argue that women aren't seen as a problem to be dealt with. The war on child free women is a war for control. Prior to our contemporary understanding of this war, which we see in the manosphere, and we'll get to the highest office of the land in a moment, but the war on child-free women didn't start at child-free women. There was first a war on single mothers, right? Wait, 1 second. Keela, I'm live. Oh. Bye. Girl, Keela. I think I was talking about the war on single mother, right? Before there was a war on child-free women, there was a war on single mothers, right? We had an all-out war on single mothers where women learned from their assault, right? Assault on their reproductive decision to stop reproducing with men who shame them. So these men came together and decided they were going to shame women. Women were shamed and decide, you know what? If you're going to shame me for having children and continuing the human race, I am just not going to have children. But the core of the message was that you can have children, but only if you're covered by a man. Again, women's decision. And as we go through some of these videos, as we're discussing today, just understand that women's decision about who to be with, what they should do with their bodies, and anything else should be a decision they make with a man. Actually, it should be dictated by a man, right? And so anything that women do outside of a man dictating it is going to come under scrutiny in a patriarchy. Just remember that. And that's why I opened the story the way that I opened the story, this. Because it is important to understand the framework that we're operating in, whether consciously or unconsciously, right? Conversations about women's value was always present. We're talking about aging. You get a strike for aging. Oh, you're fat? You get a strike for being fat. Oh, you're a mother? You get a strike for being a mother. Oh, you're ugly? You get a strike for being quote unquote ugly, right? It is all of these things where women have to bend and bend and bend. At some point, you're going to come to the breaking point. I hate it. At some point, you're going to come to the breaking point. At some point, something has to give. Feminism and the new economy provided women a way out of constantly being berated, while women desperately wanted men and still want men, because let's be clear, after watching Love is Blind Girl, yeah, I still want these men. They could now survive without men. Women are getting educated. Women are getting jobs. Women are delaying pregnancy and redefining what it means to be human, and not just a mother or a wife, but fully human, making decisions for themselves with the resources to do it. Now, obviously, this is from a place of super privilege, right? Where we are talking about being in the West. Women now have authority in deciding what their family would look like, or even if they wanted children in that family. Instead of learning that shame does not work, this is from the men's perspective. Instead of learning that shame does not work to compel women to accept subjugation, men pressed forward in shaming women again. This time, they were not shaming women for having children, they were shaming women for not having children. And the reason is, well, there's a bunch of lonely men, and these men apparently aren't lonely enough. But these men apparently aren't lonely enough. Sorry, I saw a super chat. Zeus Benedict. Yo, when I was in Jamaica, someone said this, and the way that it imprinted on my mind, I think it's so toxic as a Christian. And I don't know, maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but should I? I don't. I'm gonna say it here. Someone said Zeus and God were similar in that they took people's women, and I was like, God never took anyone's. Before I was a child, by the way. Before I could finish that statement, my jaw dropped. Now, I'm not going to explain why my jaw dropped because you all should catch on why my jaw would drop. Just know my uncle who said that is going straight to hell. That's just that and that. Constantly making broken homes with his half-god children. I love that Athena was born of a massive headache he had. Not Mary Jesus. I'm just not going to go do that. I'm not going to go there today. It is what it is. So, the war on child-free women have reached, the rhetoric from the manosphere has reached the highest, or at least the second highest office in the land. And we now have men talking about women in these very specific ways. Let's play what Dusty Vance had to say, and we'll discuss. And we know that the epidemic, right, of lonely men is not serious enough. And it needs to get to the point where it is serious enough. But before we get there, before I tell you my plan for getting there, let's watch JD Vance talk about, you guys, if you've been on this channel, you've seen this video before, but we need to look at it.
Effectively run in this country by a bunch of childless cat ladies.
I worry that it makes people more sociopathic.
If you're making $100,000, $400,000 a year, and you've got 3 kids, you should pay a different, lower tax rate. I think we have to go to war against the anti-child ideology that exists in our country. The entire Democrat Party is like this childless cabal. When you go to the polls in this country as a parent, you should have more power. If you want to experiment on somebody's kids, Kamala Harris, AOC, and so forth, have your own kids. They're increasingly the party and the movement that doesn't have kids. The left has effectively been taken over by a lot of childless people. At Yale Law School, you have women who think that the liberationist path is to spend 90 hours a week working in a cubicle at McKinsey instead of starting a family and having children. If you don't have families, we don't have a real country anymore.
They want to take our kids and brainwash them so that their ideas continue to exist in the next generation.
All right, girl, we've heard enough. Enough. This is not a one-off comment. Even down to trying to come up with an idea around voting and giving people who have children more votes. Project 2025, we'll get to that in a minute, also have very concerning things about women. It is no surprise with the rise in rhetoric about mothers and women needing to be mothers that Roe v. Wade in this cultural climate would be overturned, right? The draconian abortion prevention laws being ushered in all over the USA is emblematic of a new position from men in particular, but men in power who are telling you that whether or not you want to have a child, you are going to have a child. Project 2025 mandated that they wanted to do long-term studies on the contraceptives and the effect of contraceptives on women and potentially limiting access to contraceptives while also preventing abortion. What you're telling me is that you're going to force these women to have children. If that doesn't scare you, right? Project 2025 outlines that the creators, now the people in the White House, are focused on biblically based, social science reinforced definition of marriage and family. Obviously, the LGBT community is at odds with this, but even down to the Department of Health and Human Service, they want to change that to the Department of Life, which should tell you all you need to know about what it is that they're going to be advocating, right? The Project 2025 explains that marriage and childbearing should be emphasized and that the importance of marriage should be re-emphasized. This also comes with the idea that the homes, families should have one vote. Now, if you think for a second that one vote is going to be cast by a woman, you have not been paying attention, right? So, you should be married. You should be forced to have children. It should be a biblical marriage. Also, that household that you are now in should only have one vote, one voice, to prevent disruption in the family. The men are obsessed with women being forced to have children, right? And this is at the highest levels of the land. We're not talking about random podcasters, which we will get to right now, but we're not talking about random podcasters just talking. We're talking about people who are deeply invested in forcing you back into submission. We're talking about Christian nationalism taking over and forcing women to be second-class citizens. And no amount of you're a goddess, you're a queen is going to change the fact that these men do not see you as equal, and nothing you do is going to make them see you as equal outside of preventing one access to you and stop having their children. But I'm not telling you to not do that or to do that right now. I'm just pointing out the facts, and we'll get into my prescriptions in a minute. This, while it might not sound that way, is very descriptive, but I'm about to be prescriptive because a lot of people online are afraid to say, this is what I feel and this is what I think you should do. I am not when it comes to certain things, this being one of them. Queen says, I saw a post recently about under those Black blogs about the Black population going down. Men and women were saying Black women are causing us to go extinct. We are the reason for our extinction. Mind you, the reflection on why women, we'll go to Korea in a minute. The reflection on why women would not choose to have children, right? We are talking about economic factors, but also men who refuse to do anything different, but still want access to you. I think that's actually insane. All right. Now that that's out of the way, let's get something more local. Thank you, Queen. I appreciate you so much. Let's get to something meaningful. Let me mute my alarm. All right. So I was watching random videos on YouTube, and Diary of a CEO came on, and I'm like, why would this be suggested to me? I've been selected, do not recommend. I don't want to see this man. But it was with Chris Williamson. So I was like, wait, two degenerates sitting at a table. And these are very specific degenerates, right? These degenerates are not overt. One, they are not ugly and disgusting. And two, they are not the kind that people can tell from first glance that they are degenerate, but they are. So I was like, let me go watch this. So I'm there skipping through. And this clip came up, and I have to show it to you. Let me show you.
So,
mind you, the conversation they're having has nothing to do with women. I think that's important to note. The conversation they were having had nothing at all to do with women. They were talking about productivity, New Year's resolution, what they will and won't be doing in their lives, and somehow women came up. So I'm going to go a little bit back, and let's see how the women idea came up.
but probably filling it with other stuff. Family, same as you. I can't wait to be a dad. Dog, I should have a dog. I should have a dog. How many times have I thought the thought I should have a dog? Get a golden retriever.
I saw a tweet which has kind of haunted me for 12 months. The tweet said, why do all the big male podcasters not have kids? All the big male podcasters not have kids. They all talk about the population crisis and this, that, and the other. And then it was like Chris Williamson, Huberman, Lex, Stephen. None of them.
Jay got kids?
Jay Shetty?
Yeah. No, okay. Yeah, but then also Tucker Carlson.
Mind you, that's important. These men who are talking about children and having children, they ain't got none, right? They do not have any. And you're going to hear them explain, at least one of them, explain why they don't have children, and then watch the other one completely ignore that women might actually have those same ideas. But let's get into it. Yes, Insidious does.
Carlson's breeding a lot. He was number 10. Rogan's got like 3 daughters, I think, 3 or 4 daughters. So
Rogan's the only one that. But
I'm talking about these two. Why don't you all, both of you, have children? If children are so amazing and great, why don't both? Because I am sure both of them can have kids if they want right now. There are some desperate women out there who would give you some children.
think about it as well. There's a generational difference here. Like Tucker and Rogan are of the same generation, and this younger generation of like.
It's very flattering for Andrew Huberman in his 50s. But
oh yeah, shit, yeah. But why is that? Why don't we have kids?
I mean, it's a great question. For me, I spent a lot of time in my 20s really trying to work out who I was. I had my head up my own ass. Like, I'm happy to say that I had a slow development psychologically in terms of becoming the person that I wanted to, in terms of realizing how important different things were to me. Like, how long have you known, felt it, I should have kids?
I've always wanted kids, but I've not put steps in place to make that happen up until the...
Mind you, even they don't want to have children and aren't having children. And when it comes to patriarchy and how we've been socialized, they would not be the one caring for the children. They would not. And they still don't want kids. So imagine the person who is going to be expected to be at home taking care of them kids, wanting, like, they don't want it right now. They don't want that responsibility. And we know that's number one on the screen right now, has overtly said that he would not slow his career down when he has children. In fact, he's going to make his girlfriend or wife take care of the kids. He wants a traditional kind of setup. That's what he said. Verbatim. I won't play the clip because I'm not relying on this man.
Last 2 years. And you know what's crazy? I'm completely unprepared. My life as it is now is not ready for kids. I fly too much. I'm too busy. I have so many other priorities.
In order to pick something up.
Yeah, but
put something down.
But I have this sort of meta view, which is the big step up in meaning in my life will probably come from that. So even though there's no emotion in my body that's telling me that this is a good idea, close my eyes and do it, and I will adjust. I will adjust to the responsibility as I always have. There was no room in my life for a podcast when I started this podcast.
Correct.
But I adjusted. And so it goes against every inclination that I have to have children right now as a man that has freedom, who is 33 years old, who can go wherever he wants, whenever he wants, and doesn't really have to answer to any major responsibilities outside of my business.
Do you like that? Do you like the fact that you don't have dependents in that way?
Yes. They're about to sit and try to intellectualize this, but there is no intellectualizing this. It is better for you when you don't have children in terms of your ability to navigate the world and move around. You are not about to convince me that there is no emotional tie strong enough that it is easier for you to exist with a child than without. That's not true. You are lying. And this is not to shame people who have kids. I think kids are beautiful, amazing parasites, period. Eat that down. But you're not about to convince me that it is easier for you to navigate the world with a child than without a child. That's not a thing. You're a liar.
If you ask this brain, yes, I like freedom. I like the fact that after this conversation, I can work on my business, go to the gym, go wherever I want, fly somewhere, go to Hawaii. Yeah. I like the freedom. However, there's this like meta brain that is my regret brain. And it lives 50 years from now. And it's been inspired by all the conversations I've had on the podcast. And it says to me that actually the most meaningful thing you can do is increase the amount of dependence and responsibility that you have.
This is an unteachable lesson, dude. That you should probably have kids now, right? That could be a lesson, perhaps.
Yeah. That
you will never feel ready. That could be an unteachable
100%.
lesson.
We have this population decline situation going on. And
Wait, did I say parrot? I promise you, let me say this. I do actually stand by this. I did not realize I said parasite. I did not realize. I must have. I'm going to go back and watch this, but I did not realize I said, I did. I said parasite and I repeated parasite. I said parasite and then I repeated, yes, parasite. But in the moment when I said parasite, I didn't realize I said it. And then I restated, yes, parasite. No. It wasn't a Freudian slip. It was meant then. It was meant because I do remember saying, yes, parasite. I must have blocked out. I must have blocked out because I definitely said, yes, parasite. Or yes, I mean parasite.
Is it not a function of or a consequence of the fact that we have more freedom, more control, we're like more nihilistic, it's more like me. Now, there's like a subtle narcissism.
Lovely, welcome. I can see me saying it, but I don't. Yeah, that's weird.
Which is bred in society. And look, I ain't got kids, but just so you know, lads that are watching, I'm doing everything in my power. Some things that I can't actually tell you about, but I'm doing everything in my power to have kids as soon as possible.
Are you married? Is Stephen married? Is he married and we don't know? Because these men sit up here and they preach that you should wait and you should get married and they're traditional. I don't understand how you sit up there and say, I want and I'm trying everything to get a child, but you're not married. Girl, if you don't get out of my face. Yeah, no, I did say parasite with my whole chest and then I doubled down. I don't know why I don't know what I thought I said and then doubled down on what I said. But I promise when I was doubling, anyway, you've been a member TF for 43 months. That's wild. Thank you. Hugs.
Okay.
So I imagine that I'll be a father.
That just sounds like shagging all the time.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
But I think I'll be a dad within the next 12 months.
Amazing.
Will you be married in the next 12 months? Will you be married in the next 12 months?
And I have to say this again because it's so important. Like, there's no part of me in this moment of time that's like, oh, I really, really want to be a dad. I can see the cost, but the benefit is unknown. I have to take other people's words for it.
Crazy, dude. It's a...
Stephen is engaged. He needs to be married because he just admitted to sleeping to get children in the next year, sorry. And this guy said, sounds like you were shagging all the time. And he laughs and says, yes, you are not married. Preaching about being a traditional anything.
A painful realization. And I've had some of the best demographers in the world on. Lyman Stone from the Institute for Family Studies, Stephen J. Shaw, who did the Birth Gap documentary. These people know what's going on. And it's It's a function of a lot of things. It's a function of people having other stuff to do. There are so many other things to do than have kids. Reliable contraception. That means that you can choose to put it off and continue to push it off for as long as you want. Specifically, women's socioeconomic emancipation into the workforce and in higher education. It means that at 18, the first thing you do isn't get married. Oh, I'm going to go to university. I've just put 3 or 4 years into university. I'm going to.
What's the problem with that? At 18, you're not thinking about having children and getting married. You're thinking about going to university. This is a good thing. This is not just a good thing. This is a very good thing. Why are you talking about it as if it's a negative? Oh, the population is declining. And ain't nobody got time.
Now go and get a job, and I'm committed to the job. I'm going to maybe climb the corporate ladder. And that's pushed the vitality curve back. It's made it later rather than being earlier. And another problem is because there is such a multiplicity of different life directions that people can go down, the likelihood of you being ready at 22 and you meeting someone else who's also ready at 22 is actually quite low. So if you think that you could have a graph like this, vitality curve, it's called, by Stephen Shaw. And previously, it would have been very short and sharp and spiky. And that would be like when people want to have kids. It's like, from 18 to 24, let's say. If you meet anybody within that age range, it's likely that they're at the same life situation as you. As you flatten that curve, make it longer, and you also push it a little bit later.
Blah, blah, blah. All this man is doing is sitting up there. Sorry, this is the part that I'm off of my outline for a bit. This is the man sitting up there trying to sort of articulate with some level of confidence that we should be having children younger. Now, he doesn't say, and he has plausible deniability because he's saying, I'm just saying an observable fact where people generally wanted to have kids around this age, and now they're taking longer to have kids. And I'm not making a judgment. I'm just being descriptive. This is what we're back to. I'm just being descriptive. I've not prescribed anything. These men are trash and degenerate. It is what it is. They believe you should be having more children younger and getting married younger, and that these lonely degenerates need you, and you should sacrifice yourself by giving a dusty degenerate, lonely, useless, weak, ain't nothing, a be for man a chance. That's what they're arguing. They do not say this explicitly. And I don't know necessarily if it's for women. I think it's for them. They're attempting to placate their audience. Yeah. They said they were going to have kids, not that they were going to really. I know you've had a rough week, so I'm not even going to call you up. But it would have been nice if you came up, but you have my number. You just called it. Call in on YouTube.
You're now 35. You need to meet somebody that's also 35 and ready to have kids. But you meet not, because there's too much area under the curve that's flat, as opposed to everybody kind of dancing to the same tune. They're all dancing to different tunes. Mm-hmm. So that contributes to it. I certainly think that there is a anti-family message that comes about, that there's a girl with the list on TikTok, which I think is this girl who wrote 350 reasons to not have kids. It's like 9 pages long, and it went super viral. And it's everything from literally a parasite growing inside of your body to can't wear cute heels with the girls, will have to miss brunch, all of the different issues that can occur during childbirth. And then I think,
so you are there disparaging, attacking, annoyed at this woman for telling you the reasons why you shouldn't have kids, while Dusty Bartlett was sitting over there telling you the exact same reasons he does not want to have kids. He literally sat in front of your face and told you that, oh, my meta brain is telling me that when I'm 50, I'm going to wish I had kids because I'm going to be dusty by then and I'm going to need kids to take care of me. Because that's what he ultimately means. I'm going to be old and decrepit. And 50 are not old, but that's what he's thinking. I'm going to be old and decrepit, and I'm going to be mad that I didn't have kids now to take care of me. That's not on that. But you did not address him at all, did you? You did not engage meaningfully, but now you have smoke for that woman sitting up there telling you that if you're going to grow a life in your body, you better be careful because a lot of things can happen to you. And in fact, here's some reason why you shouldn't. Now, with the knowledge, you can go forth and do it if you want, But here are some issues. You might lose some fingernails, you might lose your hair, you might blow up in a way that you don't know. You definitely will feel like your body does not belong to you. Like, it's a lot for a lot of women. Now, a lot of women come out here and say, oh, it's not true. Having a child is the most beautiful experience in the world. To you, I say, period. To you, I say, period. Girl, that looked like a mess, but period.
There was a list of things for kids, and it was like maybe a page or half a page long that she'd written. And she is open to seeing the world as she wishes. I think by the sounds of things, it is a really good idea that she's not a mother, and I'm glad that she's choosing to not have kids. But
why would you be happy she's not a mother? Why does her telling you the issues with having a child, why would you that doesn't even make sense? Why are you happy? Okay, I'll find our TikTok feminist queen one moment and we'll post it.
That tone, that sentiment is like prevalent because people see this is what I have to sacrifice now. Pain, discomfort, lack of freedom for something that I have no idea about whether or not it's going to make me satisfied in future. And yeah, maybe people say it's the most important thing or whatever, but it's easy to excuse away when there are so many other things I can do with my life. I can travel around Bali and I can watch Netflix and I can build a business and I can start a Substack or I can build a YouTube channel.
I can make sourdough bread by myself at home whenever I want.
And do a podcast. All of these things that you could do. Pushing off. It's no surprise. And the final point is, I think having kids is mimetic. So
What does that mean?
You model the behavior of the people that are around you and the people that you see. So good example of this. South Korea, it's got one of the worst birth rates in the world. It's, for every 100 South Koreans, there will be 4 great-grandchildren. Wow. A 96% reduction over the next century. It's insane. There are entire classrooms, whole schools in South Korea that are unoccupied now. And there are many, many reasons. The 4Bs movement, the increasing of women's acceptance into education. And then when they got into the workforce, they were still being prejudiced against, which meant that they swore off a lot of the things that they were promised. Like lots and lots of different reasons. But one of the big ones, culturally, which is really fascinating, is K-pop. K-pop was this export that Korea was going to put to the world. We have this ability to construct like the perfect boy band or girl band. We're going to export it to the world, and this is going to be a representation for us. One of the things that K-pop stars have to say is that they will be celibate while they're in the band. So not only does this mean that they can't be in a relationship, so the most popular cultural influences in South Korea aren't showing a pro-relationship narrative. Mm. They also obviously can't be mothers or fathers because they can't be in a relationship. The converse of this, cultural intervention in the country of Georgia, very religious, and there's this superstar pastor guy, very religious country, this pastor that's kind of like a rock star sort of dude. He said, I will personally baptize the 3rd child of any family in the country. So now these parents are speed running having kids so that their child can be baptized by the equivalent, the goat.
He thinks this is a good thing. He is talking about incentivizing a culture that incentivizes people to have kids. And one of the incentives in the culture, his point, I think he said Georgia, is that a pastor who is like the rock star for pastor says, I will baptize your 3rd child. A bunch of people are running to have children so this man can baptize their 3rd child. Please tell me you understand that is degenerate. K-pop took Batman out of the home. No, but like, even the story he gives about South Korea and these people trying to become idols, right? And going through this intensive training program and not being able to have children and whatever, those are choices being made by individuals. Why would you want to rob them of that choice? And why would you want instead to create a system where people are having children just so that the third one can be baptized by. Go get out of my face! Get all the way out of my face.
He's like the like fucking Avicii of pastors. K-pop did the exact opposite. They had a cultural intervention which showed a non-pro-family influence, whereas Georgia had this one that was a pro-family influence. So a cultural intervention that South Korea could easily implement would be to say the only way that you can become a K-pop star is to already have had a kid. Like, we're only going to create boy bands and girl bands out of people who have already had families.
Mind you, you go into K-pop training when you're like 13. Even some go on there when they're 12. And a lot of people become idols by the time they're 17. They're 16 years old. I forgot how old they were in Stray Kids, but they're even idols who are 14. What do you mean? Sorry, let me calm down. What do you mean create a system where the only way you can be a K-pop idol is to have a child? How you gonna go touring? Think about the logistics. Because this degenerate is not even thinking about the logistics of this, right? And this foolishness would only come from a man. This foolishness, this idiotic, dumb, stupid, worthless, ignorant take could only come from a man. And you know why? Because they don't do the raising of the children. It makes absolutely no sense. Wait, someone said Stephanie Perry's here. Hey, Stephanie. Oh, girl, I love you down. You know that. I don't see your comment, but you know I love you down. I'm going to shout you out because someone said you were here. All right. You think that these kids, having kids to become idols, is going to work with them being idols when they have to travel the world, they have to perform like their life depends on it, and they have to sacrifice so much that they will not have time to take care of these kids that they're having? How would that work? Again, only a man would sit up online and say, before you become a K-pop, you would have to have a child. It's like, no, it's going to make that way more difficult. Almost impossible. Keela has been a member for 25 months. Demons, they said they would have children, not that they would raise the kids. Fear. That's why I said only a man would say some foolishness like that. Hey, Stephanie.
This kind of brings the conversation to me and you, because there's a lot of men that listen to your show. There's a lot of men that listen to my show. And I do think in many respects, we're modeling, to some respects, to some people, what it is to be a good man by what we choose to do. You know, you have a lot of influence. I've watched.
All right. First of all, I'm going to stop you. I'm not going to get into, I am not going to allow this man to sit up here and talk about being a good man. That's the only part I will. In a conversation about productivity, leveling up, making money, New Year's resolution, they sat up there and talk about women needing to have children. And again, I'm a feminist. It is what it is. And from my perspective, hopefully this is the larger feminist perspective. So I won't say from a feminist perspective, I'll say from mine. There are several issues that are interconnected that I find problematic with these men talking, because they're pushing that you need to have children. And bodily autonomy is one of the main issues. Gender equality is also there. And the pronatalism, pushing for reproduction, is very strange to me. Right? I think broadly, advocates for women's right to self-determination, myself included, I believe I am one, including reproductive choice without judgment of like other people who choose to have children, right? I think there is this balancing that feminism itself does by definition. It balances the rights you have against the kinds of obligation you have to yourself and to society. And one of the issues that I find in the conversation when men have it in particular and some women is that they believe that the obligation to have children and continue the human population is something, a burden that women should carry. It is not your right to choose, but it is a burden that you have to carry out. And it absolutely bothers me that they don't think about it as a right that you can exercise or choose not to exercise. And as the man, as the society that wants to exist, they should convince you, not force, convince you to do it. And you then make the ultimate decision of whether or not you want to bring life into the world. You don't get to pretend this is an obligation that women need to have children. The dismissing of educational content as anti-family is insane. It is absolutely diabolical. We know on average that the more educated you are, the more likely your children are to be educated. And also, the more money you make in a capitalist society, this is important for taking care of children. So to be anti-intellectual, to advocate against universities and pretend like going to school is the cause of why women aren't having children is insane. When in fact, to have a stable family, you want to actually have a stable household, which is usually predicated on you having a good enough education to get a good enough job so you can provide for a good enough family. You dusty, degenerate, useless men. But the idea that women are getting educated is a problem for men because women, even though they're choosing, and I know for a fact, I watch Love is Blind, I have women friends who are so smart and amazing and great and doctors and lawyers, and then they go be with degenerate men. At least one of them people in that relationship have an education and can provide. It's usually not the man in these circumstances, but at least the child has someone to look to if they want to go to school or want to go buy something because the daddy can't afford it. It is absolutely insane that these men want you destitute. Blaming women emancipation for the low birth rate completely ignores men's responsibility in creating an environment for women to want to even be with them. Women having choice as the issue is part of the problem with these men's psyche. Because if you are going to blame women's choice for why the population is down, you completely ignore the fact that you are advocating removing choices from women. Now, they won't make the argument full out. They will not say we need to take away women's rights. They won't do that, but they will imply it and move on. Mind you, even the 4B movement in Korea, right? It is a protest against rampant misogyny, workplace discrimination, and general violence. The idea that you reduce it down to, oh, it is just individualism is actually kind of insane. I also don't want to get into pro-natalism because these men, again, are like as degenerate can be. They're just degenerate. And we sit up here sometimes and we ignore the fact that what we're listening to is degeneracy. I will not. I'm not going to sit up here and ignore that. There is, have you guys read any of Dr. Esther Hamori book? I think it's Hamori. It's Hamori, Dr. Hamori. I'm going to say Hamori. I apologize. But I did read her book on like monsters belong to God. And she talks a lot about the monsterization of people, of others, and how we need to make other people who are different less than in order to destroy them. If they are less human than us, we don't feel bad about subjugating. Now, if you can think about this in the context of slavery and black versus white, in context of racism, the same thing exists when it comes to gender dynamics. And I think the othering of women, and it's made palpable, it's made easier, more digestible for a culture to think lowly of women because of the creation myth that we've been fed, both in Christianity and other tales that tries to explain how humanity came about. The woman is always, again, a thing to be subjugated and controlled. Left alone, they will cause destruction. And these narratives allow people to otherize women, monsterize women in a way that allows for the dehumanization process. It is probably why these men so effortlessly, without thought, are engaging so abusively with women, right? Because when you don't think another person is a person or a whole person in the way that you are, it is easy to justify destroying their life and even argue that they should not have rights. But we'll continue with women's subjugation because I'm gonna bring this point home. Let's listen. Let's listen to this foolishness.
She went to a Bible.
Let me show you how these men want you. This exactly is how these men want you. Let's do it.
Study, and what he did, he was a very mean man, but she kept loving him. Now watch this. The modern day women, they don't know nothing about this. They're too prideful to do this. So since she went to church, he locked the door when she left, so she couldn't get back in the house. So when she got back home from church, she had to spend the night on the porch. She spent the night sleeping on the porch. The next morning, he got up and unlocked the door. She got up and said, "Good morning, sweetie. What would you like for breakfast?" And then you wonder why the man got saved later on and became one of the greatest men of God that we ever know to this day, who actually raised a minimum of 8 people from the dead. See, but guess what we like to say? Love covers a multitude of sins. Yeah, you preach it.
Wait. So this was not supposed to be funny. This is not funny. This is not funny, but this is actually kind of insane. To sit your dusty, degenerate self up there talking like this is insane to me. To actually have this come out of your... I found the longer video. We're about to watch the longer video, but I just had to...
But you don't live it. Love conquers all. Yeah, you preach it, but you don't live it. So, and granted, I understand it's hard. It can be very difficult, but God always give an answer when you're in a situation. It's just that some people don't like to practice that answer. So again, of course, when it comes to marriage, each individual situation has its own individual blueprint, but it's a myriad of different situations. Why? But most of the thing is that most people, they claim that they are a good spouse, when in many a times when you talk to the other spouse, they're like, no, they're not. They don't do nothing. They don't nothing to ask. It was this lady up at the church. I remember this years ago. She went to a Bible study, and what he did.
Keela, get out of my face. You know you sent this foolishness to me. And by the way, when you sent this to me, this is when I started working on this. This video you sent to me is when I started working on this live. Because what this video highlights to me, not just the video, right? Not him sitting up there saying, a man locked his woman out when she went to Bible study, and she slept on the porch. She slept on a mat on the floor. She swallowed a sword. She levitated. She said amen. She said amen. If y'all don't know where that's from, we're not in sync. If you don't know my reference, we're not in sync. And when she woke up the next morning, because she slept on the mat on the floor outside on the porch like a dog, and in the morning she got up and she saw her husband, who let her into the house finally, and she said, "What would you like for breakfast?" What this is telling you is how you are expected to transform a man through your service and accepting abuse. The dusty, disgusting, degenerate, useless man who was interviewing him does not push back, does not ask question. These are godly men, a pastor and a degenerate, two degenerates, sitting up there telling you as a woman how you should endure suffering, trauma, and abuse so that you can change a man's life and bring him to God, and that this man raised the dead a bunch of times as if you're some idiot. Ain't no man raised no dead, girl. Unless you're Jesus Christ, it didn't happen. Unless it was caught on camera, it didn't happen. How you gonna raise the dead then die? Raise yourself from the dead. How about that? Anyway, I'm not about to do the Christian part of this. Let's just go to the you need to submit and be abused and love your abuser. That message that's going out. All right. So I went to find the longer version because my interest peaked. I needed to know what was happening
Boxing unlocks
before and after that segment. So I went. It wasn't that easy to find because I did not know who any of these men were. I do not recognize these men's faces, but I found it. And I want you to hear what actually was said. Because this is some foolishness. Like I'm not for this, obviously. Sleeping on the porch is egregious. Jesus. What's her name? B. Simone? My finance. Jesus.
But guess what? The people judging us don't even go to church. We ain't even moved to the sinners. We talking about Christians. How would you know? So, but whatever.
Listen. See, this is only the first thing that.
Oh, Joe! In the words of Captain America, I can do this all day.
Listen.
As a dissenting voice, as one William, as a dissenting voice, let me know. Drop a 1 in the chat if you want to come up and discuss how it is true that women don't know how to stick by their man and suffer to change their man. Let me know if you want to come up and explain yourself.
Listen. All right. The toes are already being stepped on already. I don't even know which way to go, but let's go here.
I can go wherever you want to go.
We have your people in the building. Your wife is in the building.
Yes.
I've been married for 17 years.
Oh, really? Cool.
Or will it be 18 years? I got 17, 18 years. How long have you been married?
30 years. 30 years in June. This June will be 30 years.
Congratulations. And y'all look good too.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. We trying to keep it together.
I love you. When I first heard you, I want to admit that I heard you talking about marriage. I heard you talking about relationships. That was my first exposure to you. I saw a couple things that I know if I were to repeat here, some people would be like, what? Mm-hmm. You said something about is in direction to women. It was in regards to wives. Treat your husband like you do your manager.
Yeah.
Husband, pay your wife like the woman gets paid at work. Pay your wife like the woman gets paid at work. Mind you, a lot of people resent their managers, but go off.
Or like you do your boss, or I don't know which one it was. Can you please help me before I get stoned? What does that mean?
This brother is using me to get in trouble. That's all right. This is exactly what it means.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I begin to see now, of course, for this moment, we're talking about women.
Okay.
There is another side where we have to address men.
Let's go.
We can do that at another time.
No.
When it's time to address men, do you think he will? Spoiler alert, he will not. They're going to say, let's address men, and then they will continue to drag women. Both of these men are degenerate. And at this point, marrying to these public-facing men is just, a humiliation ritual. These are low self-esteem women. Like, just, it is what it is. Like, ain't no reason to be married to none of these men.
Okay, but there's a side with women. Oh Lord,
yes.
I can't believe I'm getting ready to say this, where even as a Christian woman, they listen to Satan more than they do their husbands, the same way Eve listened to Satan more than she listened to her husband. Her husband told her, don't touch that tree. So why are you even entertaining the tree? So it's very, very simple. You run into people.
See, even that statement, like, my brain doesn't work the way I think a lot of people's brain work. How would you know she listened to Satan more than she listened to her husband? And didn't her husband eat from the tree too? like, why are you just sitting up here just being annoying?
Everybody just has excuses all the time about doing the right thing. Counseled a woman years ago in Detroit. Her husband was cheating on her with another woman. They were both Christians. And one of the issues was that she would not do anything he asked her to do. One of them was how she dressed, her hairstyle, boom, boom, boom.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember she said, these are my clothes. This is my body.
Her husband was cheating on her. I was counseling her, and I wanted to let her know she wasn't doing the things her husband wanted her to do. The husband was cheating on. Please note, by the way, I've kind of deviated a little bit from my outline because at this point, I'm not about to sit up here and intellectualize degeneracy. At this point, when you're listening to men talk, particularly from the church, please know it is degenerate. It is absolutely disgusting and diabolical work to say that you were counseling a woman whose husband was cheating on her, but she would not listen to him and do what he wanted her to do in terms of how she dressed. These men in your world, from your perspective, are the leaders, right, of their household. How does her not following his orders in terms of what she wears leads to him cheating? You degenerate, disgusting old man. And there are women in the chat, there are women in his church just cheering him on because these women are low self-esteem. And I get that there is a lot of acculturation that happens where we grow up in the church and all we know is the church. And so we look to men as these figures of godly wisdom, but they're not. More time than not, they're degenerate and they're telling you to do things that are counter to who you are. The man is cheating. That's the problem. It does not matter if there is insubordination from a thing he owns, i.e. his wife. Because let's be clear, these men believe they own you, even from a Christian perspective. So when a man is cheating on his wife, and the pastor is looking at the wife and telling the wife that he, the pastor, understands why the man is cheating because she will not do what he tells her to do, that is absolutely insane and that is abusive. Women, children had to be the first to be enslaved because some of these men really don't care for them. They see them servants, they see them as servants and not family. Yeah, it is sick. Girl, you said you hate what posture? This man wouldn't know posture if it hit him on the back, in the spine. You man wouldn't know posture if it hit him in the spine, girl. These fake Christians who wants to inflict biblical abuse are insufferable. Yeah.
This is my hair. This is my face. This is my makeup. I let her go on and on and on. And I asked her this question. I said, let me ask you a question. I said, you love your husband? She said, yes. I said, you want him looking at other women? She said, no. I said, so let me get this right. You don't want your husband looking at other women, and you love him. He should.
His action in self-control is fully predicated on her action, but he's the leader. His action is predicated on her behavior, but he's the leader in their worldview. He's not only looking at other women, you are counseling a woman whose husband is cheating on her, and your suggestion to her is that it should be allowed to dictate what she does, that she should listen to him insofar as how to dress and wear her hair and makeup. Because if you do that, he will stop cheating. A woman is in his church, going to him for counseling, and he's telling her to listen to her cheating husband if she does not want him to be looking at other people.
Only be looking at you. She said, yeah. So if he only supposed to be looking at you, don't you think he should like what he's looking at? She was like, oh. I said, oh yeah, take the Kleenex. You messed up. You messed up. That is beyond crazy. You don't want me to look at another woman. You say you love me. I'm only supposed to look at you. But at the same time, you don't want to look the way that I want you to look. Then why in the world did you marry?
Why would you marry her and then tell her how to behave? Why would you marry someone who does not look the way you want her to look? And if she changed, you can leave. Again, your agency, your autonomy, your ability to make decisions for yourself is a problem for men. The creation story that I started with is not just an issue of self-determination. It is a justification for men's bad behavior. When Pandora opened the box, it explains why men behave badly. When Eve eats the fruit, it explains why men behave badly, ignoring completely that Adam also ate it and that God talked to Adam, not Eve, right? But the parts of the stories that becomes a part of culture is the part where women are causing men to sin. So in his worldview, it is the woman's behavior, her lack of submission to her husband, that is causing a godly man to go out there and cheat. Not only is the Jezebel spirit out there, but it is in his home, the spirit of rebellion. Therefore, the man has nothing to be accountable for. Pretending like men will not cheat if you look the way he wants you to look is absolutely insane. There is no amount of looking good that is going to make a man not cheat. If a man wants to cheat, he will cheat. I promise you it's not because the other person looks better than you. It is just different, and a cheater is going to cheat. These people are degenerate. You cannot look good enough to prevent your man from cheating. If Jay-Z was cheating, if Jay-Z looking like he was cheating on Beyonce, it's not about looks. And instead of dealing with that truth, instead of addressing her specific need, she's blaming her for her man cheating. And there are people in the church talking about amen. They're just as degenerate. So I don't want to bring this up, but I'm going to. I was going to have a debate with Sin a long time ago about religiosity and IQ. And let's just remove IQ, intelligence, the unwillingness to use your brain, logical reasoning. And it seems a lot of people just shut their brain off when it comes to religion. That does not make sense to me. Like, I get that the faith is belief in the unseen, as some definition will have it. But to shut your mind off so absolutely, completely is so annoying to me. That doesn't even make sense to me. And I'm sure that woman decided to comb her hair, wear the makeup and whatever dress that dusty man wanted her to wear. And that man's still cheating. He's still cheating. Ain't no way he not cheating.
Me, unless you were just using me. So
someone said Beyonce and other supermodel. One of the most beautiful women in the world. God, to be fair, I do like his songs. Do you guys know the man that sing Heartbreak Anniversary? His name is like slipping me for some reason right now. Cause he cheated on one of the most beautiful women in the world. Ain't nobody got time. Justine Skye, by the way, is one of the most beautiful women in the world. And she got Giveon. Thank you. Giveon cheated on Justine Skye. Ain't nobody got time. just hang it up.
I've had to counsel women and say, okay, it's almost like there's a blindness on women today. And when I say women, we're not talking about every woman. There's some absolutely good women. I mean, they serve their husbands. I mean, they are wonderful wives. We're not talking about that.
Good women equals serve their husbands. Get out of my face.
Yeah. We're talking about the other ones in the other category that make more excuses than a man in jail. It's simple. It's so funny is that, watch this. Your manager told you to be at work at 7 a.m. Yes. Ooh, that's a little early. But you still did what was necessary to be there on time at 7 a.m. Your husband says, hey, we need to head out. I'll just use church. We need to head out the door. We need to be leaving for church at 9:30. We need to be leaving out the door for this. Why are you always late? And then you get mad at him when he says, why are you always late?
Well, is she getting paid to get up and go to church? Is she getting paid? Because there is why is this idiot looking so? Look at this. Why are you looking confused, sir? The thing is, even if you believe this worldview, even if you buy into this foolishness, as an interviewer, it is weird to not even ask a question. It is weird to not say, hey, there is an obvious difference here. When you go to work, you're getting paid. When that woman is being told by her man what to do, she's not getting paid. In fact, the fact that she has a job means that she's contributing to the household. So there is a difference there. Could you make those two continents, in the word of Jesse Wu, meet? Because something is not right in the comparison you're making. Just looking dumb and slow. Like, ain't nobody got time for this.
So how is it that you can do it for a manager, but you can't do it for your husband? Oh, watch this. You start a new dress code, okay? You start a new job, ma'am, on this job, we're going to pay you $20 an hour. But unfortunately, you cannot wear jeans. You cannot wear gym shoes. You have to wear slacks and you have to wear a dress. So guess what you do? Even if it's not in your wardrobe, you take your personal money and go shopping in order to obey what your manager asks you to do.
Because they're going to pay her for the work she's going to be doing. Okay. Men also submit to their managers. The way that men go out and submit to their managers, they should submit at home. Okay, now you understand that because you do something in one area doesn't mean you have to do it in another. There is now a reason you need to give as to why women should obey, because please note the word obey did not go under my radar. I completely saw the word obey.
But when your husband told you, hey, I'd like you to wear this. Oh, no, I'm not wearing that because this is my body. I'm not going to dress for my husband. That's stupid. So why is it that you're doing it for a manager, but you're not doing it for your husband?
She gets paid in one of those scenarios. In the other, she does not. That's a quick answer. It might not be. The thing is, it's not even the right answer. It's just the most obvious response that the degenerate interview. The fact that everyone has a podcast is actually kind of annoying to me. It's very annoying to me because he's just sitting over there not doing anything.
Doesn't make any sense. So I've gotten a lot of slack because of that. But the truth be told is there are a lot of women. Watch this. You're never going to tell me that you're going to work for a manager and that manager does not tell you something that you don't like. When that manager tells you something that you don't like, are you interrupting him? Are you clapping your hands at him and doing all that type of stuff? No. But you come right home and do that with your husband. So unfortunately, there are a lot of women, they give to the manager what they should be giving to the husband.
No, you should not be giving to the husband what you give to the manager. You're getting paid to work at the job. You're not getting paid at home. Explain why you should do it at home, please. Quickly. And do not use provide or protect, because the fact that she's out there working means you're not providing. At least you're not providing enough. If you really want to take it there, the fact that she got to work in your worldview means you're not providing enough. Let's have that conversation. Since y'all want to be leaders so badly.
Well, let's. You're a man of God who's married, who is a pastor, and
I'm so sorry to say this, but men are not that important to me to lose your identity over, to sit there and get cheated on. What's life doing? Right. We're gonna go deeper than that, because these people are just useless to me, honestly. And it is bothersome to me that there isn't a real engagement by the interviewer. Like, he's just sitting there looking dumb as ever. Talking about a good woman serve. No, absolutely not.
I've seen this dynamic happen in the church. How do you deal with the balance there? Now, a manager is one thing, but what about when the pastor has a greater voice of authority in the house
That's wrong.
than the husband?
Only time a pastor should have a greater authority or voice in the household is if somebody is sinning. I tell people all the time, first of all, you should never compare your husband to your pastor, because you don't know, he might be a good pastor, doesn't mean he's a good husband. Your husband might be a better husband than the pastor. He can teach, but can he live? So first thing. Second thing is the Bible says never to compare yourself to anybody. As they say, quit worrying about your neighbor's grass. Water your own grass and it'll be just.
This is not a part of the live stream tonight, but I would be remiss if I didn't point it out. It is insane to say the pastor might be a good teacher, but might not be able to live what he's preaching. You're absolutely a degenerate. If you're a pastor, the expectation is that you're living to the word of the Bible that you are preaching. If you cannot, you're not a pastor. You're a dusty degenerate. That is insane to me. To even suggest that your pastor will not be living by the word. And that's what he's saying. So we know this man been cheating. Like, we know that this man been cheating. I don't know, this is a fact. It's an assumption I'm making from his face and his words. The interview acting like he dropping. Yeah, not challenging, not questioning. And by the way, when I say challenge, I am not saying fight with someone and jump into a debate. I'm merely asking for clarification. These people do not have any follow-up. It's like their brain shut off when the other person is speaking. When the person stops speaking, then they ask the next question on their list of questions. And it's not like a real engagement. It's actually quite frustrating.
Mr. Green. So I don't play though. I have never done that as a pastor. What I do is I tell the woman, this is how you're supposed to submit to your husband, and husband, this is how you're supposed to respect and honor your wife.
All the Christians who are in my chat talking about submit one to another, which he will say at some other point, please come to the front and loudly stop talking. Or silently speak up. Pick one. Either loudly stop talking or silently speak up. Because the way y'all be in my chat fighting, talking, and submit one to another, he just told you that you should submit to the husband should love you. And y'all know for a fact, these people do not, and you do not believe that a husband should submit to their wife. You do not believe that. Stop lying. Oh my God. This is like actually one of the most frustrating things that we talk about, because even the pastor is going to point out that one of the curse based on Eve's action biblically is that you should serve your husband. He will rule over you, right? That was the curse for women. So to sit up here online talking about, oh, it's a submit, what, get out of my face. You lying degenerate. I'm not calling you. Too late. That is a degenerate position, and you know it. You know it. No, I believe people believe that. I believe people in the church, women in the church, believe this, right? They don't have anything. No, sorry. I believe some women, very few, a minority, believe this. I don't believe they can find a justification for it biblically. And I know they can't find it. I wish they would admit that there is no justification for it in the Bible and that they're just saying it and that's how they're going to live their life regardless. Those people I respect. I dislike people who are lying. When the Bible says explicitly that you will be ruled, your husband will rule over you, I don't know how you get to submit one to another. We don't obey our boss either. We got unions, right? and a lot of people in work are trying to get their boss's position, FYI. And those bosses tend to be qualified for their position. Not any degenerate can just come and be a husband and lead. Y'all lying about, like, let me look. So there's over 580 of you in here. There is, this is insane. There is 100 likes. Maybe I need to refresh. There are 200 likes and 94 of y'all said you like the video. Yeah, the math not mathing. The math not mathing. The math not mathing. Y'all play entirely too much. Y'all play entirely too much. So men are a job. Okay, then I need full benefits and a 401k, period. Period. These pastors told us they don't believe in God. Right.
So I teach that from a point of view of this is what the Bible says. When it comes down to my opinion about what y'all should be doing, okay, like for example, my wife and I, we have the same bank account. Okay, well, we have the same bank account. I don't force another married couple to say you're out of order if you don't have the same bank account because you're not unified. No, unity is what y'all agree upon.
Oh.
We agreed to have the same bank account. We know married couples at our church, they have wonderful marriages, but they have separate bank accounts because that's what they agreed on. Therefore, they are in unity. You never force your, and then this is the other thing, is that every marriage has certain tolerances and different things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So there are certain things that my wife and I may like, and another couple may not like. You know, like when you get over intersexual intimacy, well, maybe my wife and I don't have a certain boundary in the area, but another couple does.
Yes.
What you do is you tell people what the word says and you let them then go about what it is they have to do. But a pastor, you're supposed to teach people the word. You're not supposed to be teaching them how they're supposed to live their life when it comes to their opinions and their styles. I had a friend of mine, he had a Ferrari. And when he got the Ferrari, he pulled up to the church and one of the assistant ministers told him that he needed to get rid of the Ferrari because the pastor didn't have a Ferrari. And my friend is very bold. He said, until the pastor pay my bills, I'm going to drive whatever I want to drive. So that's just a mentality that people have. I don't know where it came from. I guess a couple of other guys that come up.
You realize how they do not make judgments on that? You remember when biblically Jesus went into the church and just started throwing things and he preached against other people and he was not afraid of speaking the truth as he saw fit. These people prioritize camaraderie and the brotherhood over speaking the truth. Because you have an opinion of that pastor telling someone that if I don't have a Ferrari in my church, you can't drive a Ferrari in my church. That is a degenerate, disgusting, useless pastor that is there pocket watching everyone else instead of living up to his role as a leader in a spiritual leader. But you will not speak to that. And this is how degeneracy festers, and it builds and builds into something uncontrollable, like we having a bunch of pedophiles all through and through them church. All them pastors and priests.
Stuff. But again, it's no issue with me. There's never been an issue. I just simply tell people, you know what I teach people? There are 5 needs between a man and a woman. 10, actually.
All right. Now listen to this foolishness, because this man is straight out of the manosphere. The fact that mostly women go to his church, I already know that. And women listen to him and they don't clock this. It's really annoying. It almost feels like a lot of people just like, I am not built this way. So I don't understand how people operate like this continuously. There are a lot of people who just want to hear what they want to hear. They just want to hear what makes them feel good. It does not matter if it makes sense or if it is truth. It is insane to me that we're about to hear the 5 things, and please listen to these 5 things, and then we'll pause it. And I want you to think deeply, not really. Yeah, this is as deep as a puddle. But I want you to think about whether or not the qualities are the things that he believes men like, if those things are things you also like. Ready? Because this is some dumb foolishness. Ready? All right.
The top 5 needs for a man is he has a need for an attractive spouse, what's attractive to him.
Mhm.
He has a need for sexual fulfillment. He has a need to be respected and honored. He has a need for recreational companionship.
Okay.
Let me watch the game or watch the game with me.
Yes.
And the 5th one is he has a need for usually domestic support. There's some men that kind of want their wives to take care of the home.
Yes.
Domestic support. Tell me that that's not. Is there anything said that wouldn't be top for your list also? Aren't these the things that you would want as a woman? Would you not want these things? To be respected, to have a spouse that you're attracted to have a spouse who would want to do the thing that you want to do with you, to have someone who will help you with the domestic labor. Please tell me domestic support equals slavery. Tell me this is not things that you as a woman would want. This is not exclusive to men. This is not the top for men. Like, this is not a thing where men just want, like, men want an attractive spouse and women don't. And women don't. I think historically, because women had to settle for men with money to access resources because they didn't have it, right? Or they couldn't work in the way that men could, or go to school in the way that men could, or participate in election and the political life like men could. Women trade beauty in men for resources, right? I think men have taken this to believe that women do not care about how attractive a man is. This is not true. Looks Maxers will tell you this is not true. The red pill will tell you this is not true. The black pill, go talk to some incels who are over there looking a mess, and they'll tell you how true it is. I can't tell if he is emulating K. Samuels or if K. Samuels just using religious talking points the whole time. They make women sound wild and demonic. Yeah, no. Now listen to what he's gonna say. I appreciate that. And I think it was a cultural thing. What Kevin Samuels did was put into a suit degeneracy that already existed in the community. And these men looking for a father clung to Kevin Samuels. These women who wanted to be berated and seen went over to Kevin Samuels separately. And more importantly, a lot of these men went to Kevin Samuels because it was a moment for them to see women being disrespected.
Woman, she has 5 needs. She has a need to be for her husband to be honest and open with her at all times. She has a need to communicate. She has a need for affection. She has a need for, I can't remember what it's called, but if you are a good father, it meets a need in your wife.
Yeah.
And the 5th one is she needs security. So that's what I do. What I do is I teach them what the word says about how a man is supposed to carry himself, how a woman is supposed to carry himself. And so that's the love part. Now, here's the like part. The like part is what you need in order to be happy. What destroys a lot of marriages is not lack of love, it's the lack of likes.
Wait, what?
What destroys most marriages?
Before you move on, as a man, I'm going to tell you that those are things that anyone likes. and nobody have time. Ain't nobody have time.
You know that there are couples that they don't like each other, but they stay together and they still love each other, but they can't stand each other.
Yep.
What destroys most marriages is you won't stop doing what I don't like. For example,
Whoa.
I love my wife, but I don't like the way she dresses. I love my wife, but she will not work out and get in shape for me. I love my wife, but I can't stand the raggedy way in which she talks to me. So a lot of times it's the likes that are destroying the marriage, but you stay there because you actually love the individual. Think about it. A lot of our parents, they stayed together for integrity and love's sake.
No. A lot of our parents stayed together because the mom had low self-esteem and didn't know where to go, and also maybe didn't have a way out because they needed to be a two-income household. It was not love that kept your parents together and grandparents. It wasn't love. A lot of those marriages were struggles, and the woman had too low self-esteem to leave.
You can love somebody and not like them, and you can like somebody and not love them. So that's what I teach. I teach, this is what the Bible says. This is what the Bible says about love in a marriage. This is the reason why he created it. Here are the likes of a man. Here are the likes of a woman. It's not rocket science. Find out from your man what he likes and do that. Find out from your wife what she likes and do that. Well, so for example, my wife, she likes roses. She doesn't like tulips. If I bring tulips in the house, they're going upside my head. So if I know my wife likes roses, why would I bring her tulips? Watch this. I actually shared this last night at the service. Your husband asks you for 1 and 2. Men are simple. Here you giving him 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then when he complains, you complain because I'm doing all of this. Wonderful. But that's not what he asked you to do.
I think it sounds oppressive from one side.
It doesn't sound oppressive. It is oppressive. You are talking about the woman's bodies need to change, their makeup need to do this. And your example of what the woman wants from you was a specific flower. Your wife wants a specific flower, get that flower. But you want your wife to change her body for you. Y'all, get out of my face. Get out of you realize the imbalance. And I think it is important to understand that what is happening is there's a flattening of the kinds of engagement, right? The woman is like, please get me the specific flower in his mind. That's the flower I want. Him, I need you to change your physical body. Those are the examples given. Those were the examples given.
Just the one part of the conversation, because you're doing both, but just to hear someone's,
you hear how degenerate that is. It sounds oppressive, and you're doing both. Like, we need to talk about. No, he's not. It's not both. Everything we have heard just now is about what the woman should be doing. The only thing we've heard about the man is the kind of flower he should bring his wife. Everything else was about the woman changing, bending, submitting.
Say, if your man likes this, then do this. But on the other side, if your woman likes this, then do this. That's not triggering.
No, it's
but
not.
To hear, if your man likes this, then do this. It's like, well,
I got a scripture for you. The Bible says, serve one another in love. You serve the people on your job and you don't love them.
Oh my gosh.
I always said this, man. Ezekiel, I've always said this. If two masters get married, it's going to be some serious problems. If two slaves get married, it'll be wonderful because they're trying to outserve each other. Why do you think the Bible says when you get married, your body no longer belongs to you? Why would it say that? But see, people don't serve each other today. They use each other today.
Oh my goodness.
A lot of people get married because they're using the individual because they're lonely. They're using the individual because they can't pay their bills by themselves. They're using the individual for who knows a host of many different reasons, but nobody is serving one another. The marriages that make it other ones, let me say, what skip the sinners. They're supposed to be stupid. Christians are the ones. Why are you talking about love, 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 love,
Yes.
love, love? You actually read the definition of love. Why are you not doing that for the one you said you love? Most people don't even treat their spouses the way the Bible says you're supposed to treat your enemy.
Wait.
If you go back and read what the Bible says about treating your enemy in love, most people don't even treat their spouse. How are you supposed to treat your enemy? And making excuses after excuses after excuses after excuses after excuses after excuses. You know what? You ever seen a man with an old car from the 60s or the 70s and it looked better than yours? Thing was crisp. It was clean. I mean, it looked like it just came off of the dealership line. You know why?
This obsession with talking about women like objects in cars or whatever, like I understand what a metaphor is. Let's be very clear. It is very strange the frequency and the ease with which men do this, liken women to vehicles in particular. The Smith Wigglesworth or Wiggleworth or whatever that dusty man name is about to start in a second.
Because you know why it looks so good? Because of how you took care of it. So the reason why marriages fail is because you don't take care of one another with tender, loving care. And so guess what? So the reason why divorces happen so much is that we are living in a world where you can trade in everything. Eventually, you're going to get some new clothes. Eventually, you're going to trade in your car because you don't like it anymore. Eventually, you're going to get another house because it got old. You understand what I'm saying? We trade in everything. So guess what? You're not supposed to trade in your husband. You're not supposed to trade in your wife. So if that's the case, then you got to take tender, loving care to make sure that you meet their needs.
I can tell if he's I read this. Thank you, by the way. Don't they say when women complain she's nagging, all they want is peace, which equals to shut up? Yeah. So it's not the same. Yeah. No, please listen. But one of the things that I want you to hear is the prescriptions made for women versus that which is made for men. I'm disgusted.
Let me throw a wrench in it. Just
hit me.
Just because the people are going through a lot of stuff, and you know, I found myself as an involuntary counselor in a lot of sessions because of this. Some people feel like I've done it all and I'm doing it, and they're not reciprocating.
Yeah,
I'm loving, I'm giving, and it feels like they're walking all over me. And so, to a certain extent, and then you just mentioned infidelity. I want to bring that up as well.
Why do you say some women feel like this is actually what is happening? The fact that you're sitting up there, these people are so weak. Like I don't understand. Like I, honest to God, do not understand how you can sit up there, know the truth, and just sit like not do anything about it. Like. Okay, full disclosure, I don't have this kind of weakness, right? And because I don't have this kind of weakness, if you are sitting in front of my face, there is no way that I can know the truth and not engage with it, or think I know the truth and not engage with it. The fact that you are so... I don't want to use the word neutered. That's not right. The fact that you're so useless is annoying me. 。
it gets to a point where sometimes as you're preaching, it almost feels like that will be dismissive of the very people that are going through hell, thinking that they're giving everything that they got, and the person that they have alongside with them is not doing anything. And then I want to throw in the next wrench of, then what happens if they commit the ultimate betrayal?
Got you.
What do we do? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, there's always forgiveness with betrayal. I mean, I have married couples in our church that happen, and they have a much more wonderful marriage now. But here's the issue. What I have found, the Bible says that every person talks about themselves as well until they're cross-examined. In other words, I've had many a women and men tell me, I'm doing such, I'm doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and nothing is working. And then when I find out and interview the other spouse, I found out that they weren't doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. People are doing what they want to do and expecting the spouse to change. Now, there are real situations where you're married to a knucklehead.
Okay.
You remember, but guess what? The scripture tells you what to do in that. It just said, why do you think the Bible says that a man can be won by the character of a wife?
A man can be won by the character of a wife. This is where we get the foolishness. I think a lot of women actually believe this. I think that a lot of women believe in their meekness, they have power to control and move a man into how she wants her man to be. And while I do believe in manipulation, I believe obviously it's true, you can manipulate people, whatever. If you are literally sitting there being used and abused, and you think praying to God and looking up at this man and loving this man through his quote unquote demons is what you should do, honestly, I don't know what to tell you, because it is dumb. These men, a lot of women are like, oh, at 60 years old, my husband finally came home to me, and this is the man I knew he could be. No, he just got weak and useless. He cannot do the thing that he was going to do. He can no longer keep it. Let me leave that alone. He cannot do it, right? And because of that, you think you're getting a better version of a man when literally he cannot do the thing that if he could do it, he would. This is the same conversation that they were having on that dusty round table where Joseph came out. Remember that gay guy who stood up and said, you are degenerate at 70 years old, it is what it is. This is the same conversation, except they're adding to it and they're pretending it's like a virtue of sorts. That's what's happening. They're pretending this is a virtue.
Why would it say that? Because these women are going to tear I'm going to have a bodyguard when I leave here. You know what the Bible says about women? It says a woman that has a meek and quiet spirit is of great value to God.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Do not have a meek and quiet spirit while your man cheating on you. Absolutely not. Actually, let me go. If you want to do it, girl, do you. I'm gonna change my position. If you want to have a meek, gentle spirit to change a man, period. It is what it is. I'm starting to think that women who desire marriage are dumb with low self-esteem. I think if you're desperate for marriage, look at the example this man is about to give. This man is about to say a woman can change a man by sleeping out on the mat because the man locked her out of the door, and that meekness changed the man.
A meek and quiet spirit. Women see that as a form of low level nowadays. They see it as a form of weakness.
Absolutely.
And so as a result of that, they got to do the clap back. They got to get up in your face. They got to cuss you out. They got to do all of those different type of things. But a lot of, if from the women's side, for those that are in that category, that they believe they're doing everything right. But in most cases, when I bring the husband in, they weren't. They were doing what they wanted, not what he asked. Then you have another category where you have women, they are excellent.
I need to interview pastors. I think my life's mission is to interview pastors. I do. I think I should be interviewing pastors. Ain't no way. This is not it. I need to talk to them about these, because like one of the things that I have here is, okay, so the woman should always be the one suffering in your world. By the way, this is why they're like, oh, you're masculine. It's a way to shame you into being meek and having a gentle spirit so they can walk all over you. If a man wants you meek, if a man wants you to submit, it's because he's a degenerate and he wants to walk all over you. We're in a culture where men are telling women to be meek and to be humble and submissive. That therefore we're in an abusive culture. It is that simple. There is no ifs, ands, or buts. The fact that you think you have to go through a kind of feminist lens to get to this position is not true. You do not have to go through it. All of the culture tells you that this is trash. And when I say culture, I'm not talking about Black culture. I'm talking about the culture of patriarchy. So I'm talking about the Western culture and actually a lot of other cultures that are way more patriarchal and misogynistic. The culture is currently toxic to women. And while women are making strides and are able to stand up to some degree now, please do not believe that progress in the way that women have gotten their rights is linear or inevitable. I don't want to beat a dead horse, but give me the stick and let me start hitting. There is no way for you to get over the fact that Roe v. Wade was overturned. Do not let that go. That should be a shock to your system in a way that reminds you that your rights and protections of your freedom requires you to constantly be vigilant about protecting that which is yours, your right. Your rights aren't something that is given by virtue of you existing. There are things that you have to fight for, you have to claim, and it might not look pretty. And let me do a caveat because it will quickly go into hate. A lot of the baddies to religious conservatives have already, like that was the pipeline. That was why the reason a lot of people are baddies on Instagram or making content was to get the gaze of men and also women, right? And so it is conceivable, at least hopefully, that these women were leading very specifically into a kind of patriarchy, right? And that they believe in the traditional setup where the man should pay. A lot of these women believe that it is an easier life to have the men provide for them. A lot of these women will find out the hard way. They're currently on TikTok crying right now. A lot of them are currently on TikTok crying right now. If you do not take anything from me while I'm online, take this away. Do not ever, I've repeated this many times, do not ever let your ability to access resources be predicated on whether a man is attracted to you or not. In the beginning, we talk about you being ugly, being a strike, you being fat, being a strike, you having children, being a strike, you getting older, being a strike. You can take all them strikes and throw it in a man's face because you are not dependent on them. All those strikes are meaningless. Men have less control over you when you have your own. So they can give you all the strikes they want. They can tell you you don't deserve all they want. You are not dependent on them financially. It does not matter. In a capitalist society, you have a bargaining chip. Do not go to a bargaining table without leverage. Your BATNA should be obvious. You should be able to walk away because you can provide for yourself. We're not in the 1940s and before. We're in a new economy. We're in a new place, a new world. Even as bad as it is still a new world where you have access to resources. Use them. Stop giving up your right to degenerates. These men are degenerate. They're asking you to bend over backwards and carry them on their back. When you get to a puddle, they want you to lay in that puddle so they can walk on you and not get wet. Do not let them do that. This is frustrating. Two men sat in front of each other and told a story about a woman sleeping on a mat on the floor outside because her husband locked her out. And they're using that to provide for you evidence that your meekness, when she got up in the morning, she asked her husband, "Hey, honey, do you want me to make breakfast for you?" That to them is what you should be doing. There is no discussion of how the man treated that wife. There is no discussion of how the man should have treated his wife. All that is explained is that she, by virtue of her meekness and kindness, was able to change the heart of the man. What happens when you can't change the heart of that degenerate? Oh, you're getting abused? No, you are not dependent on a man for your access to resources. There is no reason for you to be there subjugated by a man. In a world where you have an ability to access education, in the Middle East, women would kill for an ability to get the kind of advancement in your career, education that you now have. Do not squander that. I saw a bunch of women, this annoyed me, talking about they voting this way because they know that their men going to protect them. Protect you from who? From men. Men aren't protectors. That's not true. That's a lie. If men are protecting you from men, that means some men are predators. Therefore, men, as a general idea, as a concept, cannot be in alignment with being protectors. That doesn't make sense. If half the population of man are, more than half the population are degenerate, trying to attack you, and your husband is supposed to protect you, then hopefully your husband is a protector, but men are not protectors. If they are protecting you from men, men by virtue of their manhood cannot be protectors. Are you dumb?
But they're married to a knucklehead because the Lord told them not to marry the knucklehead in the first place. Then you have other women who they married the knucklehead, they got saved, he's still not saved. The list goes on and on and on, but your best chance is to only do what the scripture says. And that is your best chance, because I have seen many marriages turn around because of the wife and how she carried herself. He don't believe in going to church. When she came back home from church, she came back home as the best woman ever. Come back home from church, give her husband some loving. He like, why she keep going to church and then coming back and giving me some loving? Next thing you know, he up in the church. But guess what? I also know men that were married to dingbats. I know a couple of guys that their wives were cheating on them and doing it on purpose up in their face. And
he's lying. He's lying. We know he's lying. We must go to the comment section of the video. Will be interesting. He's lying. You want to know how I know he's lying? This is how I know he's lying. It is absolutely insane to say, I know a man whose wife was cheating on her and she was cheating on her on purpose. Why would you clarify that she was cheating on him on purpose? Who does that? Think about that. Right? Because if you're telling a fake story, it makes sense to say on purpose because you're situating someone in someone else's mind, right? But if it is a true story, it is de facto on purpose. If the implication that you're cheating is that you're doing it on purpose. If you cheated by mistake, it's probably, if you were drunk, that's not cheating, that's a kind of abuse. You knew a bunch of men whose wife were cheating on them on purpose. Go get out of my face.
He still refused to cheat on her. He said, I will maintain my integrity. Because the Bible tells you what to do in those situations. The problem, Ezekiel, is nobody wants to do the word because they believe that they're losing out.
Losing out on what?
Lord, this man is treating me wrong. So in order for me to make me feel like I'm not losing, I need to treat him wrong. I need to protect myself.
There it is.
I can't pray for him. I can't steal. You ever heard of Smith Wigglesworth?
Yes.
You know the story about him and his wife?
No.
Hey, he was not a believer. His wife was. He couldn't stand her going to church, but she went anyway. So one night she went to a Bible study, and what he did, he was a very mean man, but she kept loving him. Now watch this. The modern day women, they don't know nothing about this. They're too prideful to do this.
And keep your pride. Modern women are too prideful to do this. My question to him was, should a woman have done this? Should women do this? The critique he's making, and this is probably why people find it frustrating when I talk to people on here, because I do build. I don't like presuming your conclusion. So I would ask, because he's actually saying this is what women should be doing. He doesn't say it overtly. Instead, what he says is a indictment on modern women. Modern women are too prideful to do this. Pride is a negative word in Christianity, right? You're too prideful. It's one of the deadly sins, girl, whatever. It is insane to say modern women are too prideful to do this, which means this is something that you should be doing, but it is your pride that is preventing you from doing this. Now, listen to what it is that you should be doing. He does not say you should be doing it, to be clear. He said you are too prideful now to do it, i.e., you should be doing it. He doesn't say the last part. That is my assumption based on the way he framed it.
So since she went to church, he locked the door when she left, so she couldn't get back in the house. So when she got back home from church, she had to spend the night on the porch. She spent the night sleeping on the.
He was a great preacher. He was not a great preacher. He was a degenerate. He was a degenerate. To be fair, I've never heard him preach. When you say he's a great preacher, I'm hoping you're talking about his oratory skills. And if he's a good speaker, period. A lot of abusers are good speaker. A preacher for me is a man who embodies a certain kind of character. And when Wigglesworth is out here talking about he raised the dead, Wigglesworth, I can't pronounce his last name, Smith, when he's out here talking about how he raised the dead a bunch of times, he's a lying degenerate. So he's not a preacher in my mind. He is a scammer. There is no possible way that man raised dead people. There is no way for him to walk around and lie to the world and told them that he raised the dead. He's a liar.
Porch. The next morning he got up and unlocked the door. She got up and said, "Good morning, sweetie. What would you like for breakfast?" And then you wonder why the man got saved later on and became one of the greatest men of God that we ever know to this day, who actually raised a minimum of 8 people from the dead.
He raised a minimum of 8 people from the dead. Yeah, these people so delusional. These people so delusional, girl. Talking about he raised a minimum of 8 people from the. Show me the receipts. Name them. Name them. Sorry, I'm deviating. The whole raising people from the dead is actually not a part of this. That's just a minimum. That's insane. That's insane to me. Anyway, you want to know what they've never done? All of these people who can raise people from the dead, that you've never seen someone with their legs chopped off grow back a leg. You ain't never seen it. until you grow a leg back or a hand back in my face, I'm just not going to believe you. I'm just not going to believe you. It is what it is. Okay, back to the story at hand. The argument here, because there's an argument being made, the argument here quite simply is this. You need to, you wicked. You need to be like that wife. When your man do things to you, like lock you out so you have to sleep on a mat on the floor, swallow a sword, levitated, look in the sky and say amen, I mean amen. When you have to do all of that, you should love him back to God. That's what he's saying. And to sit up there and lie with a straight face, he raised a minimum of 8 people from the dead with a straight face is nasty. He raised a minimum of 8 people from the dead is nasty work. It is actually nasty work.
See, but guess what we like?
And the interviewer has no questions. The interviewer is the most diabolical one here. The interviewer has no questions. There are no followers. 8 people you say, interesting. And 8 people from the dead, and he died when? Did he raise himself from the dead? Because if you're Jesus out here raising people from the dead, I'm giving you 3 days at most to roll that stone away and walk forth from that grave. It is that simple. You're raising people from the dead and you have no follow-up questions. Like, that's insane to me. That's like absolutely insane to me. There's no follow-up. Got it. Cool.
To say, love covers a multitude of sins. Yeah, you preach it, but you don't live it. Love conquers all. Yeah, you preach it, but you don't live it.
Okay, then love her. If love conquers all, love her while she's cheating on you, stealing your stuff, destroying everything. Love her through that, period. I don't know why the love going in one direction.
So, and granted, I understand it's hard. It can be very difficult, but God always give an answer when you're in a situation. It's just that some people don't like to practice that answer. So again, of course, when it comes to marriage, each individual situation has its own individual blueprint, but it's a myriad of different situations. Why? But most of the thing is that most people, they claim that they are a good spouse, when in many times when you talk to the other spouse, they're like, no, they're not. They don't do nothing. They don't nothing to ask. It was this lady up at the church. I remember this years ago. This was hilarious. She was claiming how bad her husband was and this and all of that type of stuff. And she walked around all deep and spiritual, like she was floating on midair and everything, talking all spiritual in the clouds and all that type of stuff. So I knew she was crazy, boom, boom. And then one day the husband came up at the church right in the midst of everybody and said, yeah, my wife up here being all deep and spiritual, but she ain't gave me no sex in 3 years. I just walked away and started laughing. I said, well, there it is.
Well, that's probably why she's deep and spiritual. You said, well, there it is. A woman is being deep and spiritual in your church, so much so that you are aware of the woman. And her husband comes out and embarrasses her publicly. And your response is, well, there it is. A woman is being embarrassed publicly by her husband in your dusty lying story that you're telling. And you're like, well, there it is. And Dusty Man over here literally has no questions, no follow-up, nothing. Wait, do you think it's right for him to have said that? Also, why did she not give him that? Did you talk to her? Is she now obligated to doing this without any understanding of why she hasn't done it? There's no follow-up. So because she was walking around pretending to be holier than thou, humbling her, mind you, This had nothing to do with you. She was just existing, and you thought she was being all spiritual, and you thought it was appropriate for her to be humbled. Do not let it escape you that what he's describing is know what? This woman never told anyone in the story that she had the greatest marriage. This woman did not pretend she had the greatest marriage. In fact, he does not articulate anything about her marriage, right? She just existed in a way that made him feel like she believed she was superior and holier than thou and spiritual. And therefore, an articulation of an issue with her, i.e., not sleeping with her husband, said publicly was about humbling her. And he was okay with that. This is a made-up story that he provided. And even in that story, it is about humility, right? But not humility in the way that we think about it. It is about forcing humility onto someone, which we call humbling them, because someone existing and being fully embodied in whatever version of themselves they want to be in should not harm you in a way that makes you feel good about them being publicly humiliated for absolutely no reason. And you're enjoying her public humiliation, and so is he in that story. Even in your fictitious world, you are highlighting your need to humble women who did nothing to you, even in that world.
I got too many stories, man. But yes, again, it's not easy, but your best hope is not doing it wrong. It's doing it right. The scripture is a blueprint on how to make things right. But sometimes in order
to make things right,
to make things right, you have to be patient and do the right thing when the other person is not.
That is one of the hardest things.
It's hard.
And the hardest pieces of advice. I just had to give it earlier today. But what you said was really important. You said something about because they feel like they're losing out. They feel like if they're doing wrong, I have to get justice.
Are they in Atlanta that wrong? That up G, that G all the way up there? Tell me everything I need to know. I'm joking.
To protect myself, but that mindset and that fear-based mindset that says I have to protect myself is so anti-God. It's from the beginning. The reason why when Adam and Eve they ate that fruit, immediately they went to go hide from God, and they sewed together these fig leaves. And I always ask others when I go across that passage, I said, where did Satan say you're naked and you should be unashamed, or you should be ashamed?
Yeah.
I said, what happens with disobedience is disobedience births new lies perpetually.
Yeah.
And so all these understandings and things you begin to think after, okay, yeah, your spouse did that, or your spouse is that right now. Now, why did that convince you that God is no longer Father, that God is not good to you?
Yes.
Because
the Bible said they realized they were naked. Girl, get out of my face. If God gifted you a helpmate, woman, because of man's loneliness, y'all sure treat God gifts like crap. If women are the biggest problem on earth, why not pray to God to take women back? Because they believe you belong to them, and by God, they gonna make you bend to their will. That's why. That's why. By the way, thank you, Queen. You are the sponsor of the stream tonight.
God can't be good to you, and you think you got to protect yourself. He can't be a good father, and you think that if you serve him and do what he says, that he won't look out for you.
Yeah.
Which is why we have Matthew 6:33. So seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and all other things shall be added unto you. Is to say, hey, you have a father that is good to you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to skip to the part where I want to hear, because these people preaching in my head. Like, I hate men who quote the Bible this easily are people to be afraid of. I actually believe that fully. Men who so easily quote the Bible are people you should be afraid of. Yeah, I do believe that.
When she's not submitting, to stand and be a spiritual pillar and a light when it seems like she's irresponsive to that call? Like, how do you get her on the same page? And how do you love like Christ without
How do you subjugate a woman but not do it so forcefully? That's what she is asking.
being a dictator? How do you embrace, lead her and lead your children without turning into a dictator in the home?
Got you. You have to let it be known that you're the leader, but she's still equal. The problem is that
So lie to her. You're the leader, but she's still equal. So lie to her. Got it. That's the first thing.
the terms have been redefined. For example, I'm not getting off the topic. I have an assistant pastor. When people hear pastor and assistant pastor, this is what they see. But in the kingdom of God, this is pastor and assistant pastor. This is his role.
There's some foolishness. Assistant pastor is below a pastor, and you can feel however you want to feel about equal value all you want. There is a hierarchy, and him lying to you about the kingdom of God is degenerate. Tell the assistant pastor to come preach when he wants to go preach and see what he does. Tell the assistant pastor to do what the pastor is said to do in the church and see what he does. Yes, there are different roles, but we're not about to pretend there isn't a clear hierarchy. Just ignore the hierarchy. Just ignore it and pretend it's not there. So these men are degenerate liars, by the way. They are lying about the very obvious truth when it comes to hierarchy. And so they should be dragged. But I mean, we're not going...
His role is just as important as I am. I'm the leader, but he's the assistant. Guess what? If he's a better assistant than I am as a pastor, he's going to get a better reward. So the other thing is that women need to understand, so he needs to make that clear that she's my equal. The second thing is that most women that are submitted to a man that's a good man, if she follows him, he lets her make a lot of decisions. My wife makes more decisions in my household than I do. The other thing is, this is the reason why God asked the woman to submit, is because when you stand before God, he has the answer, not you.
What did you just say?
You ever heard a manager tell his employees, hey, if y'all mess up, I'm the one that's responsible for it?
No, because God did punish Eve. God punished Eve. God said, your childbearing will be difficult. I'm going to make you cry for your man. I'm going to make him subjugate you. Eve was, in fact, punished. So this idea that you should work on earth, you should labor. This is like slavery. They're like, don't want too much. In heaven, you'll get your reward. Just be obedient to your master. But that's exactly what this is. They're saying the same thing where it's like, oh, just work, labor on earth. After you die, when we go to heaven, God will be talking to the man and not to you. You will be fine. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. This is trash. They're lying and it's trash.
See, so they don't understand that the Bible makes it clear that the man is the one who has to stand before God in regards to how he led his wife and his children. He's the one that's held accountable for how he led them. So since he's the one that has to be held accountable, God will allow him to make the final decisions in all things. That's the only reason why she submits. God has to allow him to make the final decision, because when it comes to being judged for the family, he's the one that's judged, not you. And this is the deep part. He's going to be judged for leading. You're going to be judged for submitting. Because regardless of what the culture says or not, you're not going to get out of what God told you to do.
Oh.
So again, but guess what? In most cases, if you have a good man that is following God the way he said, the woman is going to submit. But you do got a few female idiots out there that they just not going to do, because they're rebellious women and they listen to other women. This culture out here right now, all of these sinners trying to have these relationship shows and podcasts, and none of you fools know what y'all talking about. Relationship.
The problem with women is that they're listening to women. I hope that did not miss you. There's a lot that happens in conversations that I I think goes under the radar and is not articulated upfront and discussed, but I think we pick up on it subconsciously, and it just reaffirms beliefs about women engagement and all of that. And I think, oh, I think that we need to interrogate these ideas a lot more. I think a lot of the things, I do it here, so it's not we. I think a lot of people need to actually interrogate these throwaway lines and conversation a lot more. I do. And like question people about what they mean a lot more.
You have good relationships based on following the one who designed the relationship in the first place. Okay, but if you have that's what the Bible says, that the women can even call their husbands Lord if you're not afraid to do it, because that's what Abraham's wife did.
Y'all heard that, right? Like y'all heard what I heard. That's what I moved it there to let y'all hear. I moved it back so like it would play and then I'd pause. Women can call their husband Lord because that's what Abraham's wife did. He wants women to worship men. Degenerate number 2 don't see a problem with that. Degenerate number 2 does not see a problem with that. How easily we understand that the personification of God in the male form is a problem. It is a problem. Because not only do we see men in God in men, right? Now we're being overtly told that women can call men Lord. Lord, not in the formal sense of being in a royal family, but Lord as in God. Ain't nobody about to, well, I was about to say ain't nobody about to do that, and I forgot. I forgot about women on TikTok telling us that they worship men. I also can put my 2 weeks in or quit and go to another job. Do men want to switch position? Because we can make that happen. Okay, good night. Yeah. No, for real. That's actually quite funny. And the fact that there is no engagement meaningfully at all by the interviewer isn't like, yeah, I really want to talk. Let me move him off the screen for 2 seconds so people don't think I'm talking about him. Let's talk. A lot of the times we talk about the baddie. I talk about it. The baddie to church girl pipeline to conservative, like even like OnlyFans to like Christian to conservative. Like there is a pipeline there. And these women are like Girls Gone Bible, right? It is an attempt at selling sex, but wrapping it up with Bible verses. And I do not care what you think, that is what is happening. A lot of these women are selling sex online to a different audience in a different way and using the Bible, right? Even some of them, when they're praying, they're like very overtly being sexual. It's very strange, right? They're appealing to a different crowd. That is easy to call out. What we should also call out are these men selling sex in the opposite direction and also to men. There is no reason, actually, I'm going to do it. It is what it is. We are too far. There is no reason for this man to be hosting a podcast. He has zero interest in conversations. He has zero care for what is being said. There is no intellectual curiosity at all. It is just flat meaningless. He is selling sex appeal to the women in the chat. He does not want to be doing this, and he should not be good at it, and he is not good at it. He's just existing. It is what Chris Williamson is doing to a lesser degree. It's what a lot of these men are doing. A lot of these pastors are coming with no shirts on. They're cutting their sleeves off. They're going to the gym, which is not a bad thing. But they're selling a kind of man to women. And women are lusting after these men, but then talking about God. And it's a very strange thing because we call the women out a lot and we completely ignore that the men are engaging in the same behavior. FYI, let me be very clear. I do not, Derek Jackson, thank you, period. I do not, absolutely do not have a problem with selling sexuality in your content or whatever, right? If my chest were bigger and my arms were bigger, it would be on and popping on Instagram, not here, right? On here, I'm an intellectual. On YouTube, sorry, I'm an intellectual. On Instagram, that is a mess. It is insane to me, though, under the umbrella of God and Christianity, that these men are selling sex so overtly. I think that's insane.
But so that doesn't make you less than because you have to follow. That doesn't make you less than because you have to submit. It just means that he is allowed to make the final decision because God holds him responsible. I mean, watch this. If somebody falls down in front of McDonald's, are they going to take the employee to court? No, they're taking the CEO. Order to you know what I'm saying? So the CEO, the top individual, the leader is the one who's held responsible for everything. God holds me responsible for my family. Now, keep in mind, when you're married to a good man, of course, this is one of those things where you have to have individual counseling because every situation is different. Mm-hmm. But the system is designed when you have a good man and you have a good woman, many a times the woman will make more decisions in the relationship than the man will.
Yeah.
He's just allowed to disagree with you because he has the answer for it.
Wow. That's good.
You know what's beat? The woman submitting to the man is actually under the curse.
You want to know something very strange? It doesn't matter if he conceded. The whole point is whether or not she is allowed to make decisions. If he's conceding, you're saying, oh, the man submits to the woman a lot. Does he have the final say? Then the woman did not submit. The man did not submit, sorry. If he has the final say, he did not submit. Get out of my face, you degenerate. Like, this is them wanting women to feel good about their role. But the truth is you have no power. The man did not submit if he had the final say. Let me run it back. Because you should feel good that the man said, oh yeah, I'm agree with you this time.
No, they're taking the CEO. Order to you know what I'm saying? So the CEO, the top individual, the leader is the one who's held responsible for everything. God holds me responsible for my family. Now, keep in mind, when you're married to a good man, of course, this is one of those things where you have to have individual counseling because every situation is different. Mm-hmm. But the system is designed when you have a good man and you have a good woman, many a times the woman will make more decisions in the relationship than the man will.
Yeah.
He's just allowed to disagree with you because he has the answer for it.
Wow. That's good.
You know what's beat? The woman submitting to the man is actually under the curse. What did he tell Eve?
In the conversation where he's about to say submit one to another, he said the woman submitting to the man is under the curse. So when these men sit up here and tell you that it is submit one to another, please know that they're lying. They do not believe a man should submit to a woman biblically. They actually believe you were made to submit. You were made to be a helpmate. But if that's not good enough, after the Garden of Eden, they were told by their God, not mine, that you, a woman, should submit. That you're under him, that he will rule over you. if he said good man one more time, mind you, none of them going to define what a good man is. They cannot define what a good man is because fundamentally, if they define what a good man is, they will have to exclude themselves.
What did he tell Eve? He said, from now on, your desire will be to your husband and he'll rule over you, which means in the beginning, it wasn't even that way. So in Christ, it doesn't really have to be that way. Y'all can be equal. Most of the decisions in my household, my wife, I just say, well, what you think? Do whatever you want to do, boom, boom. Every once in a while, I'll say, no, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you told her to do whatever she wants to do. Cool. What does that mean? What does that mean? It means that you are the one in control. Stop pretending like she has any power in your paradigm. She does not. And why is it so strange for you to say she doesn't have power? Why is it that you're trying to pretend she has power she does not have? Why are you attempting to manipulate and lie? Isn't that the demonic realm? Isn't that demonic to sit up there and try to lie? No, I mean, I wish I was talking to this man, honestly. Like, this is one of the few times that, like, I'm like annoyed that I'm not talking to him because I actually want to challenge him on the foolishness.
And she submits to it. Why? Because, well, he's a good man, and I just have to you do that with your manager.
Well.
Hey, I think this would be a good idea. And he says, hold that. We're not going to do that right now. And you go right by your desk. And keep on working. So, but, marriage counseling has to be an individual because you have lots of dynamics in that regards. But the biggest thing that men are not doing is protecting women.
What do you mean by that?
We get a divorce. Who takes the kids and who struggles?
Men are not protecting women. Okay, period. Cool. Now that we have that out of the way, can we move on to the fact that you need to tell men how to protect women? Because, I mean, in 2025, if women are still out here looking for men to protect them, that's wild. Let's be very clear. If women in 2026 are out here talking about they're looking for a man to protect them, that's wild.
So, and men are just not protecting women. I counseled a guy one time. He had a nice car and an old car. He got her driving an old car with the kids.
Well, a man would argue and say the court system is against men and they favor women in the court system. So men get the shorter end of the stick. That's why men are not getting married, because in divorce, women can take half. Women are favored by courts. What judges believe women, men get put on child support. Nobody considers the man in the situation.
There's a huge measure of that. Unfortunately, that is true. That really is true. And part of it is because of how many men have tried to shirk the responsibility. But because of that, the courts tend to automatically favor the woman, which is not right, because some men have been in bad situations,
How does the court favor them? See, this is the reason why I don't like hearing them talk, because they get to just not do anything. Like, this is actually kind of annoying me. Not kind of. This is annoying me a lot. They just sit up there and lie. Is it child custody? Because that's not true. Like, what is it? it's not alimony, because in less than 10% of cases, alimony is like awarded, and it's increasingly being women giving men alimony, right? So like, just degenerate. Like these people just sit up online and lie. And I don't think they're for this specific thing. I don't think they're trying to lie. I think they just don't have any context and they're going by their vibes. And I think the interviewer is all up in the manosphere. That is actually my belief. I believe the interviewer is all up in the manosphere, all up and through the manosphere. That's what I think.
Because of that. But ultimately, just, see, the problem is people don't want to give up their life to do what is right. That's really what it's about. Everybody is trying to get the most of this life. The Bible says, so if you're not in Christ, you don't even count. The Bible says in Christ, it says you no longer have a life. It says your real life is hidden in Christ. That's why so many Christians are afraid to die, because they know nothing about the afterlife. So they're trying to get everything out of this one. But that is true about the courts, is that they do favor women. That is an absolute fact. And sometimes it can be bad for men. But so what men have to do is start making a wise choice.
That is not true. The fact that you say it's an absolute fact when you're so wrong is kind of pissing me off, because if you were humble about it, like, I think that is true. And maybe it sounds right. You know what I mean? Like that would work. Like I'm fine with that. To say it's an absolute truth means you're an arrogant piece of who doesn't know anything but think he does and does not care to learn. And that for me is a problem.
And in the beginning, that's the thing.
That is exactly what slaves were told. If you say good men one more time, I read that. Thank you.
You know what? It's very, very, you know what? Let me tell you something. You sleep with a girl one time, you put on a pair of sunglasses. You do it a second time, you put on a pair of sunglasses. You do it a third time, you put on the glasses. Now you're so blind, you're willing to tolerate her raggedy foolishness because the sex is so good. When the truth be told, it's impossible for a man to not have sex with a girl when he's not married with her and not come to a quick conclusion that she's his wife. It's designed that way. See, we're doing everything wrong, and then we wonder why everything. For men, what did Jesus say? He said, I didn't come to be served. He said, I came to serve and give up my life as a ransom for many. It's as simple as that. And for most men, if you do that, if you serve your wife, see, it's not just the woman submitting to the man. The Bible says, you know, the scripture that says for women to submit to the husband. Yeah, before that, it says for men to submit to their wives. It says submit one to another, which means that there are times you submit to your wife and there are times your wife submits to you. It's equal. The difference is when there is a difference of opinion, he's allowed to make the final decision because he has to answer before God. That's not.
How is that not a contradiction? How is that not a contradiction? I know, Demas, you're an attorney, blah, 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 that you don't have you don't need attorney level thinking to realize how dusty, degenerate, and useless that is. This is not submit one to another. If you, as the man, have the final decision, how are you submitting? Oh my God. You know what's so annoying to me? The fact that women eat this up. Women eat this up. Submit one to another. He has the final decision. The whole point of submission is that in a conflict, someone takes the lead, right? Someone makes the decision and the other one has to agree to that and follow it, right? So if you say the man also submits, and then you say, but if there's a disagreement, his decision is the one that counts. When does he submit exactly? When y'all are in agreement? That is not submission. If you both agree that you guys should go to Pizza Hut or whatever for pizza, no one submitted. It is at the point where there's a conflict and a decision has to be made that there's a submission. Oh my God. Because he thought he ate, and the fact that the interview is not going to push back on this is pissing me off again. Orange Pill, I know you've become a good man, girl. I am so sorry. But this is the part of majority foolishness again. This is the part of majority thing. Like, why would you ever? Let me go back so y'all can get why I'm pissed. I'm not even going to explain it.
For someone else in order to gain another life on the other side. It's as simple as that. Here's the standard for men. What did Jesus say? He said, I didn't come to be served. He said, I came to serve and give up my life as a ransom for many. It's as simple as that. And for most men, if you do that, if you serve your wife, see, it's not just the woman submitting to the man. The Bible says, you know, the scripture that says for women to submit to the husband. Yeah, before that, it says for men to submit to their wives. It says submit one to another, which means there are times you submit to your wife and there are times your wife submits to you. It's equal. The difference is
it's equal. There are times when you submit to your wife and there are times when your wife submit to you. It's equal. Hear this.
When there is a difference of opinion, he's allowed to make the final decision because he has the answer before God. That's not even been taught.
And this idiot go, why did you say, just say, I am confused. Say, I am confused, you dumb degenerate person in front of me talking. What you're saying is not computing. So let me ask you some clarifying questions right now. Instead of asking questions, he just, you just ate, girl, period. What? Why? Like, I'm just, I'm so disgusted. Like, I'm actually disgusted. Tell me, drop a 1 if that made sense to you. I'm trying to see something. Maybe I'm just not listening with my third eye. I need to open my third eye to understand what's happening. Drop a 1 if that foolishness, that what he said made sense to you. I'm trying to see something. I'm not going to do a poll. I'm going to drop the 5. Why are y'all like this? Why would you try? Someone said negative 1001. Yeah, sorry, I almost snorted. Y'all play too much. Yo, let me take a second to breathe and give y'all this. Have y'all watched Lord of Mysteries? So I'm watching Lord of Mysteries. I finished season 1 and I am hooked. Like, I don't know that anything will ever be as good as Attack on Titan. But this is like I am hooked. Anyway, back to the foolishness.
Because he has the answer before God.
He has the answer before God.
Now, Keela been told y'all that I can't read. Keela been tell y'all that I am not reading no comics or anime, manga. It's on Crunchyroll.
So since he's the one that has the answer, God has allowed him to make the final decision because he's the one that has the answer. But during the marriage, I'll submit one to another. My wife submits to me and I submit to her all the time. Matter of fact, I would dare say I submit to her a whole lot more than she submits to me because she always coming up with some stuff. And then I'm like, okay.
I think one of the issues like you just brought up, and I know I've taken so much of your time, was just simply this idea that when we fantasize about marriage, when we think about this idea of marriage, like you said, it's me trying to resolve something in me. It's just this, I'm naked and I'm ashamed and you're going to be my fig leaf.
Right.
There's some more that I want to go over, but because I have an outline that I'm going to try to stick to, because you know me and these outlines, I'm just going to cut these degenerates off and I'm going to go to another degenerate that we need to talk to. A lot of these people don't understand what marriage is, hence divorce rates. Marriage is a partnership. When you disagree, no one needs to submit. You just come up with a solution both can agree to. Exactly. But these men want to be dictators. Let me not say that other part. There's something there in Jamaica. There is when we hear dictator, we automatically say it's the D word taker, right? It sounds like dick. Oh wait, it sounds like dick. Now I'm gonna mess them up. Well, now I'm gonna mess them up. Let me write it. Let me remove the chat and then write it. Let me show you why. Yeah, someone voted for me already. Never mind. Yeah. No, I can't say the word because my brain will not allow me to say it correctly now that I'm thinking about it, and so I can't. I promise you. You know what? I promise you, I am incapable. I'm incapable of saying dictator. I can say dictator because the other one is trying to come out like it is. Sorry. Let me not say. I'm just gonna stop speaking and just move. I'm gonna say thank you, Maya. I appreciate you so much. I'm just gonna move on because I can't say it. If I keep trying to say it, I'm just gonna say the wrong thing. Dana, welcome to the membership. Tyrant. All right, yeah. These men just want to be tyrants. They want you to submit. They want you to bend. They do not want to have to argue their position or explain themselves. Partly because they can't. A second part is because they think you're less than them and they shouldn't have to explain themselves. Every time someone say the word, the funny thing is I've never mispronounced it, I don't think, but every time I think about how to mispronounce it, I then can't say it.
Need you to be this, do this, take care of this. I mean, even sex gets weaponized to the point of you were using sex before marriage to be something.
Yeah.
You wanted somebody to call your name in ways that your father should have called your name.
Mm-hmm.
You wanted to, you're trying to extract something from me. Now it's not about serving. It's not about how to bless you. It's not about how to help you. It's not about how to give to you. It's what can you do for me? And I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to force feed our trauma-based desires and trying to ask God to assist us with trauma-driven desires. Why is my wife not being a good wife? Interpretation. Why is my wife not filling the void that was created from the trauma that happened in my past? Absolutely. Why is my wife not doing everything I told her to do? Why does my wife not respect me? Or translation, why does my wife not make me feel like my parents were supposed to help him?
Am I letting these men talk? No. I don't know why I was letting these men talk. There was so much here that they need to be dragged for, but I'm not going to. The reason is I actually meant to move on. I don't know why I hit play because I'm so over these degenerates and I have so much more to go through. So I apologize. I'm not going to do this. I'm so sorry. These degenerates. In conclusion with these idiots, so we can move on to the more important part. The idea is that women should be subjugated. You want to know something? I literally was. That is insane. To be fair, I'm such a creature of habit. I feel like y'all knew what. You can't see it. I ordered cocoa bread, curry goat, and rice. Like, yeah, it is. Men will go to war for submission from a woman scared to hold another man accountable for their action. Yeah. No. Yes. It's giving Marge Clifton Powell starter kit. Exactly. This, by the way, is how a Clifton Powell was created. This conversation is how, Eden, you've been a member for 40 months. Thank you. Queen, I appreciate you so much. You are the sponsor of this stream, and I appreciate that. Not we being in sync, us being in sync. All right. So now that we understand how these men want you, let's go to a therapist. I think he is talking to a man, talking about how he has that dad guilt. Now, let's be very clear. This man have no dad guilt. There is no dad guilt. There is no such thing for him. He's lying, straight up lying. He just want to go out. He tired of being with them kids, and he want to be out of the house. So let's listen to what happens when you're actually in a marriage.
Brought to you by Together, my daily marriage app.
How can I pick up on some hobbies that I left go of? 16 years of child raising. My children are getting older, and I just finding some time on my hands and feeling a little dad guilt that I don't know how to navigate. So I just thought I'd give you a call and see what you had to say.
Oh, you used a magic word. Tell me about dad guilt.
Yeah, so I have a lot of, I've been married 20 years and have a phenomenal marriage and three awesome kids, 16, 13, and 10. And raising those children to this point has been somewhat of a challenge. Our youngest was in a NICU for 14 days and just created some financial challenges and around that. So I've kind of put my head down, maybe so to speak, and just plowed through some of those challenges, let go of a lot of my hobbies and things that I enjoyed in lieu of family and raising children and my marriage.
Instead of...
So now here I am. I want to go out with the guys, want to go snowboarding and do some of these things that I enjoy, but I feel guilty for letting my family at home, and I don't know how to.
Mind you, the family is broke. I need you to hear the intro. Listen closely to the circumstance under which this man is operating, talking about he want to go out while he's being financially the family broke, and you talking about you want to go take a trip with the boys.
Pick up on some hobbies that I left go of. 16 years of child raising.
Brought to you by Together, my daily marriage app.
How can I pick up on some hobbies that I left go of? 16 years of child raising. My children are getting older, and I just finding some time on my hands and feeling a little dad guilt that I don't know how to navigate. So I just thought I'd give you a call and see what you had to say.
Oh, you used a magic word. Tell me about dad guilt.
Yeah, so I have a lot of, I've been married 20 years and have a phenomenal marriage and three awesome kids, 16, 13, and 10. And raising those children to this point has been somewhat of a challenge. Our youngest was in a NICU for 14 days and just created some financial challenges. And
the raising the kids was a challenge, the youngest one in particular, and it created a sort of a financial strain. Maybe they're over the financial strain now. We don't know. The doctor does not ask, hey, are you still in financial strain now? Also, how involved is your wife? Is your wife working? Are you a stay-at-home dad? Is she a stay-at-home mom? What is the relationship like? None of that. He's just going to go straight into telling this man, go take your trip without investigating anything at all.
Around that. So I've kind of put my head down, maybe so to speak, and just plowed through some of those challenges, let go of a lot of my hobbies and things that I enjoyed in lieu of family and raising children and my marriage. So now here I am. I want to go out with the guys, want to go snowboarding and do some of these things that I enjoy, but I feel guilty for letting my family at home. And
wait, by the way, just know the word degenerate has become a punctuation in my sentences. And a lot of the times I don't actually mean anything by it. A lot of the times I do, but a lot of the times I don't. It's just like a punctuation now. And I have to catch myself in real life to not say it. I'm not muted. Cheeky, I'm not muted. I rebuke this.
don't know how to navigate that. Yeah, navigate that guilt and just feel bad that, I'm leaving them behind, or that I've invested 16 years of my life as I should have, but now, yeah.
He is mad he gave up the 16 years of his life, and then he realized, oh, wait, I shouldn't say that, as I should have. He added, as I should have, as a response to his own degeneracy.
Where do I go from here?
So,
because ain't nobody tell you to have 3 kids. Ain't nobody told you needed to have 3 kids.
A friend of mine, her name is Dr. Becky Kennedy. She's a clinical psychologist in New York. She's a pretty wise voice when it comes to parenting. She gave me a definition of mom guilt, dad guilt that I'd never heard before.
You want to know what I hate about him? One, he does this fake empathetic thing that is very annoying. Maybe it's real. This is why I changed therapists, because I do not like therapist speech, and I mean the actual way that therapists like talk. I don't, it doesn't vibe with me. Like, just tell me what I need to know and what I need to do, and I'll listen if you want. But it's like, oh my God, let me tell you. Don't talk to me like that. Please don't. It's going to annoy me every single time. It's going to annoy me every single time. But instead of testing that whether or not this man actually has dad guilt, he just assumes it and moves on from it. Like, he moves from the position that the man in fact had dad guilt as opposed to testing it. Now, maybe it is a part of his training, right? Like, he's a therapist, and maybe that training requires you to like accept people's truth. Mine doesn't. Mine has me interrogating whatever people tell me to see if it is true. I'm not going to accept what you say is truth. Absolutely not. So, like, maybe it is a conflict in training where he's trained to accept, where I'm trained to investigate. And it's a chop.
That I thought was phenomenal. And I'll pass it along, okay?
Sure.
She said, most of the time, moms and dads are not feeling guilt. Guilt is a feeling, and I would even go as far to say it's a good feeling, of your body's response when you violate one of your core values. Okay? So, do you think dads are bad if husbands are bad if they also have hobbies?
No.
Okay.
Okay, lipless is so annoying to me because instead of testing if he should feel guilt, he assumes he doesn't, and then asks a question with an obvious answer where there's supposed to be a lack of guilt, and accepts that as this man's position. No, I think if I am lipless, right, if I'm the doctor, I'm going to ask you about why you feel guilty. Also, what is home like? Are you a stay-at-home dad again? Are you the provider? Are you the sole provider? Like, there is no engagement meaningfully in like the setup at home. Sorry.
No.
Okay. Do you think guys who work really hard for their families, guys who are stable and secure and who love their wives well and who love their kids well, are bad men when they go snowboarding with their buddies? Or when they...
Please just stop spamming the chat with that foolish. So wait, no, Sally girl, who said this man was unattractive? I never said not having a lip doesn't make you unattractive. A lot of people like people without lips. Like for most of American history while I was here, so modern history, most of my life in America, having lips were a bad thing. Like it was a bad thing. So people would say I have big lips, and like it was a bad thing, and being lipless was a good thing. So like it's not. I mean, it's just a descriptor. It's just a. Don't play entirely too much. There's still many people who don't like lips.
They do wood cutting or when they play golf within reason?
No, they're not.
Okay. So going snowboarding, hanging out with your buddies once a week, twice a week.
What? What? The fact that I was not ready is insane. I should have been ready for this. I should have said this. You got one upon me, Kimmy. You got one upon me.
Week is not a violation of your core values. So I would challenge you and wonder, is this not guilt? Or when you leave your kids, you've done such a good job with your kids, you're so connected with your wife,
you don't know any of this. Usually, the fact that you're assuming this man's life and projecting it onto him is insane. You don't know his relationship with his wife, even though he's like, oh, we had a good marriage. And then even when he talks about raising his children, he talks about kind of throwing away 16 years of his life. And then he caught himself. Like, there's no investigation in anything this man is saying at all. Mind you, it feels like his wife don't want him to go. I don't know this, so I'm projecting too, but I mean, we're all projecting and no one is asking this man any question.
they miss you.
Mm-hmm.
They're sad to see their dad go, and you take their sadness and their frustration from them.
All right. What I wanted to point out was that he said, this doctor, in a different video, that he gave his wife what he thought was a gift by leaving them in the home and going his own way because he couldn't get it right and he didn't know what to do. So he left his wife with them kids because he didn't want to raise them. That's what he said. And then he found out that was a bad thing and he went back. Instead of talking to this man about, you said you're like going about midlife right now, instead of engaging about like a midlife crisis, there was an unwillingness to even talk at all about his engagement with his wife, about his being a father and raising his children, how long he's going to go away, where he's going to. The finances, Jesus, my finance. He didn't talk about that. Is he the breadwinner? Can he afford the trip? Has he done this before? How long will he be there? Is there trust issues in his marriage? Has he cheated? Is he willing to have his wife go take a trip without him, with her friends, while he stays at home and watch the children? Is that something that he would do? Like, there's no real engagement. So it feels almost like he's just accepting this man's reality. Is he sleeping with his homeboys? Is he bisexual? Like, yeah, I think I'm playing. Yeah, I think those are reasonable questions. I'm just going to move on to this because they're annoying me. And let's watch one more about what he does with these men that I despise. My wife has completely changed. That's what the title of this video is. Now, riddle me this. Riddle me this. Do y'all think the wife changed in a meaningful way? Or do you think, maybe I guess for some people this is meaningful. Do you think her body changed? Do you think her body changing is what the problem is? We shall find out and see. We shall watch and see.
Brought to you by Together, my daily marriage app.
Bottom line, like, I kind of just feel like my wife is just let herself go, just emotionally, mentally, physically. And, I want to do everything I possibly can to.
I feel like my wife let herself go. This is how he starts the video. I feel like my wife let herself go. Ready?
Help her get back on track, but I just don't have the answers. I don't know where to start. And, if I try to talk to her, I get this sense that, she'll just tell me flat out, like, gosh, stop being on my case 24/7. You're always on my case. And I just need some good tactics because as a guy, I know we're not all built this way, but, a lot of times when friends will ask me, hey, how are things going? I'm like, oh, it's good. Everything's great. We just don't open up a lot. So, I don't know who to talk to. And I just need some pointers on things that I could do to just help her get back in the game.
Well, man, I appreciate your call, dude. It took a lot of courage to call. Appreciate that. And I'm not going to join the chorus of people who will say, who do you think you are? And all guys are interested in blah, blah. Because I hear this seems to be, and tell me if I'm wrong, this is deeper than she's gained weight. This is deeper than we're not having sex anymore. This is deeper than that stuff. I'm watching the woman I love. I'm watching the light inside of her go out.
Yeah, 100%. And
all right, you heard that, right? The doctor just said, this is deeper than sex. This is deeper than she gained weight, right? Putting words into that man's mouth. They have a long discussion. We'll play the discussion. We'll start it all over, I promise. But let's see what happens towards the end of this conversation.
Been cyclical. A couple years back, she was in great shape. She actually.
I know, bro. But listen. You gotta stop. Stop talking about her physical shape. That's not the problem.
How you know that? How you know that's not the problem? This is covering for him. This is the doctor covering for a degenerate man. This man saw his wife gaining weight and he didn't like it. Obviously, there's other things, but that's his problem. They had all that conversation, and every single time this man brings up, or the time the man brings up, hey, my wife is gaining weight. No. That's not the problem. But how do you know it's not the problem? It didn't seem like y'all talk about her gaining weight at all. You didn't want to talk about it at all. This is covering. He starts off by saying his wife is letting herself go. Mentally, physically. I don't know how you let yourself go spiritually, so period. But physically and mentally. When you tell someone they're letting themselves go, you generally believe that they are just not doing anything to keep up with their body. Or keep up with their appearance. Now let's listen to it. Now that you understand what is actually actually happening. Let's pretend with this doctor that it's more than this man. The wife is depressed, right? We're also not even talking about menopause, which if you go to the comments, these comments I did read, they're always, they're like, how is no one talking about perimenopause? No one talking about menopause. And they're just kind of dismissing the fact that she's depressed. Remember, if you don't remember anything, remember this. He starts off by, my wife is letting herself go. So the fact that this doctor is pretending like this man called in to talk about something more meaningfully and talk about his wife's depression and how to help his wife get out of depression and how to be there for his wife and love his wife and care for his wife. The fact that this doctor is pretending that's why this man called in is absolutely insane. The first question he should have asked is, have you cheated on your wife? That's the first question. By the way, this is why I could never be someone's therapist. Because we're going to always have a problem. Yeah, we're going to always have a problem.
Bottom line, like, I kind of just feel like my wife is just let herself go, just emotionally, mentally, physically. And, I want to do everything I possibly can to help her get back on track, but I just don't have the answers. I don't know where to start. And, if I try to talk to her, I get this sense that, she'll just tell me flat out, like, gosh, stop being on my case 24/7. You're always on my case. And I just need some good tactics because as a guy, I know we're not all built this way, but, a lot of times when friends will ask me, hey, how are things going? I'm like, oh, it's good. Everything's great. We just don't open up a lot. So, I don't know who to talk to. And I just need some pointers on things that I could do to just help her get back in the game.
Well, man, I appreciate your call, dude. It took a lot of courage to call. Appreciate that. And I'm not.
Thank you. Good tactics. He is trying to find out how to get his wife to do what he wants her to do. That's it. That's what he's trying to do.
Not going to join the chorus of people who will say, who do you think you are? And all guys are interested in blah, blah. Because I hear this seems to be, and tell me if I'm wrong, this is deeper than she's gained weight. This is deeper than we're not having sex anymore. This is deeper than that stuff.
Why tell him what he's thinking? This is what I don't understand. Why are you spoon feeding him what you want his feelings to be? You're spoon feeding him what you want him to be calling into you for. I despise people telling me how I feel. If you want to piss me off, that's the first thing you can do. Tell me how I feel. Or reject how I'm telling you I feel. That will piss me off. The issue that I'm having is that it feels like this doctor has a script and he's going to follow that script and he's going to make you fit that script instead of like getting to know you and your issues and then addressing you and your issues. And maybe you don't have legitimate issues in the way that you think, but you have it in other way. Maybe you're a narcissist. I'm just saying random things now. And that needs to be addressed. Maybe you are wrong in your approach to your wife, but maybe you have a problem and you are the problem. I don't know. Like, I don't like already having a pre-written script and giving it to someone. I think that's kind of insane. The way he just did this, tell me if I'm wrong, isn't actually an invite for correction. It is telling this person, particularly if it's a weak-minded person, to accept the world you are giving them about who they are and what they feel and why they are here. It is very underhanded in my book.
I'm watching the woman I love. I'm watching the light inside of her go out.
Yeah.
Where did he tell you he loved her? Where did he tell you he loved her? You just made some stuff up. We just gonna make things up this stream because you just made some stuff up and then projected it onto him and told him to accept it as true.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, there's depression there. She's lost her identity. Yeah, I mean.
So you know that your wife is suffering from depression. And instead of calling in to say, hey, my wife is suffering from depression right now or going through depression, and I want to know how I can help her and be there for her. Instead of saying that, you called in and you said, my wife has let herself go. The doctor is a degenerate from my perspective. It is what it is. I'm not about to cover up for it. It is what it is. It is insane that you acknowledge that your wife has depression or is going through depression right now. And the way you introduce the issue with your wife is that you called a random man online to be featured on his show and tell him that your wife has let herself go, including physically. And then the degenerate doctor goes sit up there talking about well, I know it's deeper than that, blah, blah, blah. And then you're going to respond, yeah, it's deeper than that. She's going through depression. You have to be pushed for the fact that she's going through depression to come out. Your wife depressed and you're calling a show to talk about how she let herself go, as opposed to she's experiencing going through depression and you want to know how to help. That's what just happened. Even the framing tells you how he's viewing his wife. This is how he's viewing his wife in the moment. You let yourself go. That's what he's thinking. That is how he can conceptualize the depression his wife is experiencing. And the doctor is going to frame this as some noble conversation that he's attempting to have with the doctor, with himself, to go and help his wife.
I mean, those things, of course, but
well, those are big things. Tell me about it. It's like there's those few things like depression.
Yeah, those few things. The way you just said it, Dr. Dust, is that he's brushing it off. That's how he's saying the things that are really important to why the wife might be acting the way she's acting. He brushed those things off, and he was really loud and obnoxious, saying it with his chest around the fact that she, quote, let herself go. That is telling. You don't want to admit it, but that is telling.
Lost identity. Well, so you have kids? Well, how has she lost her identity?
We do have kids.
Okay.
And a lot of the conversations I have with her sometimes revolve around, I want us as a team to try to put the best examples forward for our kids. And, it's challenging if sometimes I feel I'm doing a lot of the heavy lifting or.
Give me some examples.
Okay. So we live kind of in a traditional household. I mean, she's ever since we met and started dating and got married, we've been married for 20 years now. So I love her to death. There's been this sense that, okay, hey, all I want to.
We've got married for 20 years now, so I love her to death. 20 years is the reason we should conclude that he loved her to death. Absolutely not. Get out of my face.
I would love to be a stay-at-home mom. I want to take care of the kids. I want to make dinner, all that stuff. And a lot of that stuff is falling off the wayside. So I'm the one going shopping.
She was supposed to be a stay-at-home wife and do the shopping and do the things, and she's not able to do it now, so I'm pissed. And I'm calling you to tell you that she let herself go. After a bunch of kids, mind you.
And I'm the one, just everyday things. And I don't mind doing any of it. That's not.
You mind doing it because if you did not mind doing what you think is the woman's job, you would not have said you're the one doing it now because she won't do it. You mind it. You degenerate, disgusting, useless imbecile. I don't like the word imbecile. I'm going to use it now, though. I don't know where it came from, but it's a godly download, so now I have to use it. He's an imbecile.
It's not why, what I'm talking about. Of course, I'm here to help, but I just want her to, I'd like to see her just get up in the morning, have a plan, go somewhere, get ready, even if it's just being social with people. I think that's a big aspect of her life that's kind of missing.
Tell me about
He's lying. He does not care about if she's social. He's mad that he's doing the shopping, the caretaking of children or whatever, because he thinks that's what she should be doing, and that's what he's paying for. Why if a plan's malfunctioning?
Depression. Has she been diagnosed with depression? She's just been struggling.
She's taking some medication for it. I don't know exactly what she's taking. She speaks to somebody on a monthly basis, but it's more for just like, hey, how's the medication going? And, of course she's going to say.
So this woman is on medication for depression. And that's not the first thing you said when you called in. You said she let herself go and she might have some depression. Might be dealing with some depression is a far cry from she's actually medicated for depression. Like, are you absolutely insane? The thing is, I don't understand. Again, I don't know the role of a therapist. Because in my world, a therapist is annoying a lot of the times, and I have to find a perfect therapist that's not going to sit there and put up with my foolishness. They're going to tell me that is inappropriate or whatever. Like, do not just be there cheerleading me. So I don't know. And everyone has been mad at me for like wanting a therapist to be straight up with me. This is weird. The woman is literally medicated. Like she's literally on medication for her depression. I don't know if you should say her depression as if ownership, but let me just say depression. And you calling and talking about she let herself go and maybe some depression while she's literally on medication.
Yeah, it's working great, but I don't think she's got anybody that she talks to per se. And I've even said like, hey, look, like, why don't you go talk to somebody? Because the way I'm built, and I don't know if, I know this is not all guys, of course, but we tend to be fixers. And hey, you've got a problem. I can fix the problem. Here's how you're going to fix it. Okay, see you tomorrow, that kind of thing. Well, and I know it's not that easy.
Well, the challenge is when somebody who is struggling.
Yes, it sounds like his appliance, his wife is broken, malfunctioning, and he needs to fix her. Yeah, it sounds like y'all were right. He Welcome, by the way.
Is married to a fixer.
Right.
Is it comes across as a minute by minute, day by day confirmation that the things you feel about yourself are indeed true.
Okay.
You are a failure. You're not enough. Or to use the fixing language, you are broken. And here's what you need.
He does believe she is broken. Tell him to not believe that because he said, my wife has let herself go. I am the one who have to do the things that she should be doing now. She let herself go. That is how he started. Yes, he believes she is broken. That is his position. Why are you pretending that is not his position? Deal with him where he's at. And he's a degenerate and he needs to understand, or if he doesn't need to understand it, he needs to change it.
Need to do.
Sure.
And that you're right. There's a traditionally male approach to, I'm just gonna go hit that guy, and after that we'll be fine, and then we'll buy each other beer and we'll move on with our day, right? Or well, let's just not go to see our family anymore. That's easy. Or let's just never go to that church again because they're terrible. Let's go to this one. And there is a fix it mentality, and there is some healthy aspects to that, but there's also some not healthy aspects to that. And if a fixer is constantly coming up with, well, you know what you need to be doing about this and doing about this and doing about this, somebody who is struggling with depression, someone who is trying to figure out after 20 years, who am I? What is my role here? What's my purpose here? It just confirms everything that self-narrative.
Right.
So there's a couple of things here that I would challenge you on, okay? I think I've talked about this on the show in the past. I don't remember or not, but I think it was a couple years ago. I had this revelation, maybe it was last year or the year before that. I had this thing that just popped into my head. I take a retreat with my wife every year. And before that, I spent some time by myself every year. Just like, what kind of guy were you this year? How did your business go? What kind of dad were you? What kind of husband were you? Are you becoming the guy that you want to become through actions, right? Are you taking the right actions to keep your promises to yourself? So I have that reflection time every year. And for some reason, this particular year, it popped into my head. How much money have you spent on like getting trained in mental health stuff? And the number I came up with was a couple of $100,000. And you figure in the PhD, you figure in all the trainings, all the books, all the travel, all the conferences, all the, the medical conferences and the mental health, all that stuff. It was a lot of money I'd invested in time. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking, man, you're investing. You're going all in on this deal, right? And then a voice that I've never heard before asked, what are the two most important things in your life? And I gave myself my stock answer, which is my wife, my family, and my faith, right? That's important to me. And the next question was, how much have you spent time and money on getting to know those things? And if I'm honest, the answer was 0.
You spent zero time getting to know your wife. Spent zero time with your wife. You spent $0 on your wife. So get out of my face and stop lying. Captain Lipless is annoying. Like, it's just Dr. Lip is just really annoying me at this point. Cause he just up there, just a lying, just lying nonstop.
Zero. I go to church.
I think that is insane to have spent over the last year zero time with your wife and $0. Like, he's lying. This is a lie. This is a straight up lie. And even if this did happen, he lied on whatever number he came up with was an absolute lie. Ain't no way. There's zero way you're still in a relationship. Like, sorry, I'm noting something because I definitely need a video on something like this. Sorry, if I don't write it now, I will not. I'll never do it. This is so unprofessional, but I do apologize.
Church, and I tithe, and so maybe that could be a cost, but not really. And so I did two things from that conversation with myself. Like, oh man, if I'm going to say that follow somebody's calendar and follow their money, you're going to find out who they are, then I need to put my money where my mouth is. So I hired a theology professor from a university here in town and said, we're going to meet for coffee once a week, and I want to do Faith 101. I want to know what I actually believe.
That man is not listening to him at all. Listen to what? Listen. Listen to this follow-up after Dr. Lip. Let me stop. After Forehead. After Forehead finishes soliloquy, listen to what the caller is going to say to A Wrinkle in Time. Forehead.
Believe. Because I can deconstruct anybody's anything, and I can have conversations with everybody. I need to know what I actually believe. I have two young kids who are staring across the table at me saying, Daddy, who are we going to be? And the second thing was, I need to get to know my wife again. And here's what I asked her. She's an old college professor. I'm an old college professor. So I said, hey, will you make me a syllabus of you? And she's like, what are you talking about? And I said, I don't know the podcast you listen to. I don't know the books you read. I don't know the shows that you watch when I'm gone. I don't know what you're wrestling with. I just want to get to know you again. 1 month went by, 2 months went by. And then I remember being like, hey, I never got that syllabus from you. And she's like, yeah, I was hoping you'd forget. And I was like, why? And can I tell you what she said? Mm-hmm. She said, I'm afraid that you're going to see all this stuff and you're not going to like me anymore. And it was one of those like time stops in my house. And so,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
She's afraid of that. Yeah, I think she's afraid of that. I don't think she didn't have positive relationships growing up. Mom and dad was a little tumultuous. Even relationships that she had,
She didn't have good relationships growing up. How is that your response to the Dusty story and heartfelt? How is that your response to the heartfelt dust blown your way? Like, I don't understand. That if I'm in a way. That if I'm in a way.
During high school. And
I know, but listen, let's bring it to the present.
Sure.
She probably tired. I invested nothing in my family, in my wife. She tired, so I gave her more work. Period. I gave her a homework. Give me a syllabus. Instead of me getting to know my wife, I told her to give me a syllabus about herself. Girl, I ain't got the time to talk to you or learn about you for 20 years or however long we're married. So what I'm going to need you to do is give me a syllabus by tomorrow at 8:30 p.m. If not, you have failed this marriage and I don't have to learn anything about you, period. Now, period. You know what? I'm going to do that. That probably sounds so romantic to someone. When I'm dating someone again, I'm going to be like, so between my real job and YouTube, I ain't got the time, the patience. I got the beauty, but I don't got the time. So here's what we're going to do. We finsta write me up everything about you, MLA format, and give it to me, period. Fix me a CV. And don't deviate from that.
You know how I know she's going to think that? Because she already thinks you don't like her, because she already thinks that you think she's not enough.
Right.
And so the approach here is not, hey, you know what you could do?
Black introvert. I'm crazy because the syllabus sound. No, that's what I'm saying. Some people think this is good, and I hope whoever I'm dating is one of them. I hope whoever I'm dating is one of them. Because, girl, instead of learning about you, give me a syllabus. Give me a rough outline of what I should expect, and I don't deviate from it. Because if you deviate from it, I'm not going to try to learn nothing more.
You could get on this diet, you can start this workout program, you can go do this, you can go to this, you can join a gym, you can go to the Y, you can go to a job, whatever. That is a series of things that for somebody who's struggling with depression, somebody who's struggling to get out of bed in the morning, here's as, if you want me to like you, go do these 10 things.
Right.
And if you're a people pleaser and a performer, people will hop out of bed and go sing and dance. Or if they're not a people pleaser, if they're somebody who learned really young, I just need to get small and disappear in my own house. That's the safest move for me. Man, getting out of bed's real, real heavy.
My wife is nothing like the woman I married. How can I get her to re-engage in her own life? The first part of the question and the second part of the first part of the question and the second part have nothing to do with each other. The first part has my wife is nothing like the woman I married. That has nothing to do with how can I get her to re-engage in her own life. These two are not related at all. And the reason they're not related at all is because this man right here, is trying to reframe this to be something meaningful. It is not. It's my wife has gained weight and let herself go, and to be attracted to her and be with her, I need her to lose weight and not let herself go. That is actually what should be here. My wife has let herself go. How do I get her to get back in shape? Let's add physically and mentally, so it's not just physically. That's what should be here. This does not make sense as is. This is a man covering for another degenerate. Thank you for the sticker. I appreciate that.
Yeah, because that's been an issue. You know, it's just I'm sure a lot of people do this that are in similar situations. I mean, they're outside. How people view them outside the home is different than how they view them. like that person views themselves when they're within the four walls. Of course. So obviously everything seems hunky dory on the outside, but
Yalla on tonight. Pretty problems have a problem. And you, Kimmy, gotta send her the bonnet of salvation. Thank you. I appreciate that.
On the inside, there's this internal battle. And, I know that you're big on, hey, write yourself a letter kind of thing, right? So in an airport a couple weeks back, I wrote her a letter and I'm like, I don't know if you call it like word vomit, I can't remember what it is, but you're like, just write. So I was like, you know what? I'm just going to write her a letter. So I wrote her a letter and it was probably 5 or 6 pages.
You don't know that, Katrina. You don't know that. Yeah, if a man ain't got time to listen to you, he's not gonna listen. He's not gonna understand you through a syllabus. He might. Remember, a syllabus is like a rough outline of what you should learn. So he might go get the book, girl. He might. The man that's not gonna listen to you is gonna do research about you. Period.
And I'm like, hey, just letting you know that you're enough and you're loved and it's okay and we're in this together and we're going to do this. And let me tell you some stuff that's, I want to be upfront.
He's lying. He did not write her a letter and he did not tell her she was enough. He did not do that because he does not think she is enough as she is. In fact, he came on saying that his wife let herself go. That is how we were introduced to this man. The first complete sentence out of this man's mouth was, my wife let herself go physically. He said 2 other things, but physically was one of them things. He did not write her a letter saying, you're beautiful just the way you are. And when I see your face, the whole world stops and stares for a while because you're amazing just the way you are. He ain't said none of that. He did not. He did not write her a 4-page letter.
With you with what I'm feeling, and I'd like you to write me back on what you're feeling. And this was 6 weeks ago, and she, the next morning I got a little a little note that was like folded up piece of paper like you get in middle school when you're passing.
So he said, I will ask my wife for a syllabus. And this one is like, I wrote my wife a letter and she didn't write me back. He lying. He lying. It's a lie. It's a chop.
Note and says, oh, thank you so much for your letter. And, I'm going to write you one too. And I'm like, that's awesome. That's great. Okay, maybe we're opening up here. And, I asked her, hey, I'm still waiting on my letter. And she goes, oh my gosh, I totally forgot about that. So I'm like, man, I put a lot of work into that, aren't I?
Okay. So if you go right to scorekeeping,
yeah,
then it's less about how do I connect with you, and it's more about look what I did.
This man can't even read. I don't know. I'm joking. He probably can read, probably at a second grade level.
Yeah. Okay.
Scorekeeping is about fear.
Gotcha.
Right. It's about now I'm doing the dishes. Now I'm going to the grocery store. Now I'm doing these things. And what are you doing? And that's never a recipe for intimacy and reconnection.
Gotcha. Okay.
Intimacy and reconnection comes from, hey, I see you're in the dark. I got a candle here. I'm coming to you. Because if she was trapped in the neighbor's house, you'd kick the door in to go get her.
Right.
And right now she's trapped inside her own self.
For sure.
So go get her.
But why is this something that I would do? I would sing this and then say period. I would. This is definitely something I would do. The woman tired, girl. Leave that girl alone. Send her on a vacation or something.
And what do I mean by that? Find the book on her nightstand and go buy the exact copy and start reading it in bed next to her. If there's a show she's watching, then you start watching it with her. If there is hey, it would mean a huge deal to me, a way you could show me you love me today is, will you go for a walk with me?
Yo, these people are so manipulative, because this would work for me. If I am reading a book and you got the same book and started reading, just shut up though. Like if I'm in bed and you come in bed with the book that I'm reading and you actually sit there quietly and read it, oh, you got me. You got me. You got me, girl, period. If you came over and you're like, hey, Themis, let's watch Attack on Titan. Oh, you got me, period. Period. It's just, it's the simple things in life. I don't want much. This would work on me, for real. This would work. The book thing in particular would, if you got my book and actually read it, and then try to talk to me about it, period. It's done. We're good. I'm out of the depression.
I want to walk by myself. I like walking with you.
Right.
It's you getting up in the morning and saying, how can I love you today? I don't know. All right, well, I'm going to go make you a cup of coffee and bring it to you.
Sure.
And it's these small daily bids, as the Gottmans call it, for I love you, I love you, I love you.
Yeah. So why does gotta be a man? Man, why did you have to add AF there though? Dude, this is why I can't be vulnerable with y'all. I thought we were friends. I thought we were friends. Look, I will never tell y'all anything else. I will never tell y'all anything else. I will never tell y'all anything else.
You through action. I love you. And now here's what you need to go do.
Yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Because that's to somebody who's struggling with someone who's struggling with depression. That's all they're going to hear in a big neon sign is blah blah blah. You're not enough.
Do you think it would be healthy for her to go speak to somebody that's like that can just listen to her?
1,000,000% yes. Just doing a monthly med management check-in is clearly not. You're watching your wife dissolve in front of you. Clearly that's not working, and it's a problem with our current psychiatric system. I get it. And you going and saying, you know what else you need to do? Go see a counselor. That's going to bury her too.
Sure.
No, I'm not. True story. I will not, because Keela is watching. I can't really tell the story fully about myself, but let me say this. It's not about Keela. In my longest relationship, there was a point where I was just over it. I was done. It was a chop, and I was trying to figure out how to get out without hurting anyone's feelings. And I remember on Valentine's Day, I woke up and my bookshelf was packed of even Children of Blood and Bone. That was a part of the collection. I remember seeing a huge collection of all the like supernatural fiction, witchcraft book, witches or whatever. And I was like, I remember seeing it, and I remember for like a week I forgot that I wanted out of the relationship. For a week, I literally forgot I wanted out of the. It's not just a book. It's like things that you. Anyway, it was a beautiful. That was a cute Valentine.
You going and saying, you know what? I've decided I'm gonna go see a counselor because I want to be the best husband I can be for you, and I feel like I'm struggling. Connect. What? Yeah, dude, I love you so much. I'm sick for how much I love you, and I want to be the best husband as I can be.
Right.
And you're gonna go, and then you're gonna go, and you know what? That might bury her further, but it might turn on a light in the room, a little one.
Yeah.
Because then after the 4th or 5th, you could say, "Hey, would you come with me?"
Right.
To my
That
session.
was my next question. Like, should we go together to something like that? Which I'm not opposed to.
I would invite her to yours.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then possibly in that session, she could hear in front of a third party how much you love her.
No. There was a cup where you pour hot water in it. There was a picture of me on. There were other things, but the way the books were lined out, it was very like, I won't explain it, but it was very specific, and you can tell it took all night to get all of those books in that order from the places I wanted with the things that I wanted, and they all reflected something that I spoken about, and there was a note for each of them that explained why they were there. I've had great Valentine, but this one was so specific that like it got me. For a week, I thought about staying. For a week, I was like, maybe I could do this.
That's a good point.
And the question here is not, or the answer here is not, here's what you need to do, here's what you need to do, here's what you need to do. The answer is,
get out of my business. Get out of my business. I'm trying to see if I should say this, because I don't think it's fair to put other people's business out there. Because, okay, let me say this. Something happened, but it wasn't to me, it was before me. And when I found out, I couldn't let it go. Because in my head, please don't guess. Do not guess. Do not guess this at all. Please, you all will get it. You all will get it, but don't guess. No, it's fine. Don't share. Something happened in a previous relationship. I found out about it during my relationship. And I don't think I'm special. Therefore, it's a chop. I mean, I tried, but it was a chop. As soon as I found out, I could not mentally get over it. So it's a chop.
I miss my wife.
Yeah, totally. That makes sense. That's a good thought.
But if she had the flu, you'd bring her soup until she got better, right?
Right.
Okay, so if she's struggling from depression, we're going to keep reaching, and we're going to keep reaching, and we're going to keep reaching because we made a covenant, dude. We said in sickness and health till death do us part, so we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going.
Yeah, and I mean, it's been cyclical. A couple of years back, she was in great shape. She actually.
I know, bro. Listen. You got to stop talking about her physical shape.
And there you have it. That right there, by the way, is what I wanted to watch. All of that talking, all of that attempting to convince that man that it wasn't about her physical shape, to all end with him saying, yeah, it was about her physical shape. I have a whole thesis that I'm working through again with women subjugation, the root of all evil being controlled, like obviously in the beginning coming to this. I'm going to wrap it up here, this part here, and say, it is insane that people who do not carry children do not know how your body. Girl, we thought about. Let me leave that alone. We thought about it literally every day ever since I found out. Not physical fight. I don't physically fight. I bring it up every second I could. Every chance I got. Like, let's know this. Even as a friend, there is no rest. There is no rest. If we have a problem, it's going to need to be solved. For people who do not have any ability to carry life, maintain, and bring forth life, I think it is insane. I think it is absolutely insane for you to be critiquing someone's body when they gave you 2 or 3 children, even one. Because let's be very clear. If I were a woman, it wouldn't happen. Purely, like, I'm just not doing it. They're like, oh, but I don't care. And because I would not, it means that I also have to grant other people the right to not. And so I know a lot of these men would not want to be the one carrying a child. And so it is insane to me that we have so much, as men, have so much critique for women around carrying children, having children, even natural birth. There are some men who are like, you cannot take painkillers when you're giving birth. I don't want that. Are you going to put, so like, there is this like, very specific kind of control over women that I don't understand why men feel the need to have it. Also, kind of do. I think there's some men who are useless and they don't feel significant but for their ability to control someone else. And someone else that society gives them to control is a woman. And thankfully, women are pushing back against that. But then to the other level, after a woman pushes herself sometimes close to the brink of death, and bring forth life into this world, for you to then have an issue with her body is a problem for me. I have no. Just know that this is something that has happened in my real life that I've fought people, not physically again. When I say fight, I'm never physically in a fight. That's not a thing that I do. So when I say fight, just know that I'm talking about verbal sparring, about like, oh, I don't know what to do. We're at lunch. This is not a close friend of mine, and we're no longer friends. He was at lunch, and he says, I don't know what to do because I'm no longer attracted to my wife. And someone said, wait, didn't your wife just give birth like a month ago? He was like, yes. 2 things. I don't think I should know this. There is no reason for you to be telling me this. Go talk to a therapist. Because the issue you are going to have now is that I am now going to be around your wife. And I feel obligated to tell her what you've been saying. The only reason I haven't is because I already know she has low self-esteem and she's not about to leave, and it's only going to make her sad, and she's going to stay and feel sad and feel worse. So I did the calculus, and I decided not to tell her. But now I am stuck with information, negative information about your wife that you gave me that I didn't ask for, and now I'm complicit in your foolishness. And so now I have to challenge you. And so I'm like talking to him, and I'm like, wait, what do you mean? Like, you are not attracted to her? Like, I don't know. Maybe it won't work. It won't work. She had your baby a month ago. If it don't work with her, it's not going to work with me. If it does not work with her, our relationship is done. Because you're a super... Our relationship is done. Like, to be very clear, regardless of what you did, it has been done. But it is insane. And the part of it that's really annoying, I don't think you can truly help who you are physically attracted to. You and her wanted a child. She had a child. Her body in having the child reacted in ways that even she is not comfortable with. She does not like the fact that she has stretch marks and her body changed in ways. Again, it's not the Kiki Palmer glow up, right? It actually was like she was like crying about her body. And I know this because she talks to me and you and our friend group about it. She's vulnerable. And in her absence, you are going to tell me that you do not, I'm going to cuss you out. It is what it is. I don't care if you're attracted for real. If you're not attracted, I don't care if you're a good person, but you wanted to vent to me as a friend. You're getting dragged. I can't help it. He got dragged. And so he's trying to be friends again. And he's like, oh, she's trying to work and I love my wife and I didn't. No, don't care nothing about you. Love your wife down. Wish I could be friends with your wife, but I can't be friends with her and not with you in the same room. And I know her. And that deep desperation for your man's validation is going to have you cause problems with me. So I'm just going to excuse myself from that situation. But it is sad. Know that there are, in fact, men with women who they don't like anymore because she had the audacity to change after having your child. Absolutely, there are men like that. They are degenerate men like that. Just know that. All right. Now, with that, I am going to go to Candace Owens. Now, I'm not doing what you think I'm doing. I'm going to go and do this in the after show because I don't think anyone is going to watch this all the way here to this point. So I think I'm going to get away with this. What I mean by get away, you know those weird people online trying to figure out what Candace Owens is doing? I just didn't want them there. And I actually might remove her from the thumbnail, actually. So we're going to talk about something very specific. Thank you all. Everyone, you don't have to stay for this. It is what it is. Have a good night. I appreciate you all. Hopefully every stream pushes y'all to be more feminist than not. That's my goal. But I said it was for January, but it's going to be for the rest of this year. So Candace Owens is running amok in them People's Party. Candace Owens is running amok in them People's Party. And I think it's interesting because in the wake of Black Lives Matter, Candace Owens been doing all kinds of expose, right? And I find it interesting that now is the time everyone is up in arms about Candace Owens being evil and bad and blah, blah, blah. And I'm sitting here like, the Candace Owens, let me show y'all a video. Like we are going to go to PragerU, and we're about to watch a video that I already did a video on because absolutely not. And this is the same woman that they're just now finding out is a problem. The fact that y'all just now finding out that Candace Owens is a problem is insane. Yeah, let's watch this. I'm going to correct her. I'm going to correct her, though. But let's watch this. This video is on slavery. I'm going to skip the first part because ain't nobody got time for Candace Owens to be lying every second word. So we're just going to skip to this.
World was enslaved. Here's the second thing you need to know. White people were the first to formally put an end to slavery.
That is an insane statement. White people were the first to formally put an end to slavery is an absolutely diabolical, degenerate, and insane statement. Look at her timeline and really think, just go in the back of your mind and think for me about how this is possible for her to completely ignore this country, right? Ready? Look at this timeline.
In 1833, Britain was the first country in the history of the world to pass a Slavery Abolition Act. They were quickly followed by France, who in 1848 abolished slavery in her many colonies.
France. Now, as soon as the word France comes up, something else should kick in. As soon as you see France, something else should have been like up, like the light bulb should have gone on for something else. I'm gonna go 1804. I'm gonna say 1804, and you should know exactly. Haiti, how you go sit up there and make a PowerPoint with France in 1845 in the US prior to 1845, but sorry, the UK prior to 1845, and completely ignore Haiti in 1804. Haiti's constitution in 1805 abolished slavery. So we just gonna ignore the first country if your timeline is to be trusted, which it's not. The first country, based just adding it to your timeline, would be Haiti. Haiti declared independence in 1804, right? And then subsequently, they ratified the Constitution, their Constitution in 1805, which prevented slavery in Haiti. My issue is not that Candace Owens is wrong. My issue is that she was platformed to be wrong and peddle misinformation. And now everyone is like, oh my God, I can't believe Candace Owens is like just saying whatever. Like, what? Candace been saying whatever. For Harriet, Kimberly Nicole Foster did multiple videos on it. I did videos on it. Every Black content creators did some kind of video on it. Like, we've been known this. So now Candace Owens is over there dragging Charlie Kirk's widow, which, believe what you want to believe about any of what you want to believe, but I find it weird that people are like pretending that they didn't know. Like, I'm not even commenting on any of that. I'm only commenting on the specific way that the right has decided that Candace Owens is now a bad person, completely ignoring who created Candace Owens, who built Candace Owens' brand, who taught Candace Owens, and now why we have Candace Owens where we have Candace Owens. Because Candace Owens was supposed to be a weapon against the Black community, and that was it. When she was hired at Turning Point USA, it was supposed to be the chairman for urban development or the chair of urban development. Because it's funny, let me leave that alone. And so, like, the fact that the little engine that did is insane. Like, people are like confused as to how she is the biggest podcaster in the world for some time, and that she is the biggest podcaster on the right, and she's completely creating a bunch of chaos in the Republican Party. And everyone is absolutely confused by this, except pretty much every Black person who has ever watched Candace Owens. Now, to be fair, I didn't know she would be that big. I did not. But I did know that that trading was going to come back and bite these people. That's insane to me. I think it is absolutely diabolical for people to be sitting up there after Candace Owens tried to convince us that slavery was not that bad and that white people were in fact in favor of helping Black people, and that actually we should be thanking white people for ending slavery instead of addressing the fact that slavery existed. Yeah, that Candace Owens, they are like, oh my God, I can't believe she would peddle in all this conspiracy foolishness.
Then, of course, came the 13th Amendment in the United States Constitution.
There were white Christian abolitionists, though. Yes, I agree. I know that. Not all white people were in favor of slavery. I know that. That is a fact of history.
After centuries of human slavery, white men led the world in putting an end to the abhorrent practice.
And that right there is where I have to say goodnight. And that's where, and that's where I said goodnight. And that's just that on that. And white men led the way in chattel slavery. Now what? Specifically chattel slavery. I think it is absolutely diabolical that people thought Candace Owens would not ever turn her weapon of mass destruction, as they call it, onto them. I think that's insane. To not have predicted this is wild. As soon as I saw Candace Owens coming out here making a documentary showing up pregnant to the Black Lives Matter people's house, as soon as I thought it, I was like, oh, okay, she's about that life. She's going to take this all the way. This woman pregnant showed up with a camera to them people's house talking about Black Lives Matter. Come out here. I need to interview you. She did a whole documentary pregnant. And I'm sitting there like, this is on some next level. She's about to make her viewership count by any means necessary. Whoever she needs to be addressing, attacking, she about to make it, regardless of who she's about to make that viewership count. It is just gonna happen. It's just gonna happen. So now we are watching the Republicans fight, and let's be very clear. The fight internally happening right now is because Candace Owens decided that she was not going to play along and take the narrative around her quote-unquote friend passing. She said absolutely not. And then she started making series on it, and now she's making series on Erica Kirk. So that's that on that. The infighting around this is because of her, yep. Anywho, I have no opinions on anything happening over there, but for the fact that I saw this coming, and the fact that people over in the right did not have foresight. Like when you discarded Candace Owens, when they fired her from the Daily Wire, what did they think was going to happen? Because there's a part of me that truly believes that they believed that she was going to silently fade away into the night and be forgotten. And that naivety comes from probably a lot of privilege, money, and power. Because Candace Owens is not one to just fade away. I didn't think that. I did not think that. I knew for a fact she was going to do everything in her power to be bigger than the Daily Wire. I knew that. But I did not know this was going to be the massive. Mind you, this is too big to maintain, I think. I think it's too big to maintain long term. But I did not predict this. But I knew the Daily Wire was in for some stiff competition. Candace Owens does not bend the knee, and if she feels attacked, she's going to fight back regardless of if she's right or wrong. It's a very strange occurrence, but if you're on her bad side, you're on her bad side. Now, I'm not watching. I don't care anything about a Candace Owens. I think that the damage she has done is I find it irredeemable, but I don't like stating outward that something is irredeemable in this way because redemption is not mine to give. And even people don't even want it. So I'm talking from my perspective now. So I don't engage Candace Owens that way unless I'm in the Discord trying to figure out some stuff with the Discord. Yeah, so that's all I got for that. I'm not going to read, Adrian, I'm not reading your comment. I'm glad I removed them from the screen. Anyway, that's all I have. I'm going to drop the link for 2 seconds. Everything but Candace Owens is on. The first person to come up, you can. We can talk for 2 seconds. Ask me whatever, and let's talk. I'll ask you whatever too. You don't just get to ask me questions. We ask each other questions. By the way, good night, everyone. I enjoyed the live today. I think one of the things that you guys need to do is make sure that I keep on my outline. I keep ignoring my outline. And I also wanted to do a video on America's Next Top Model. I decided not to because I don't know. I don't think I should. So I decided not to. I actually have the script, not the script, but the outline fully done, but I will not. Where is DJ? DJ was tired. Kilo was working. And so I was sad because I was like trying to create my outline and send it to them. But you know them girls don't care nothing about an outline. They just gonna come up here and do and say whatever they want to say. So I don't even know. The thing is, I don't even know why I thought, let me send them a outline. I'm going to add you. Do you want to be on screen or no? I'm just going to add you now. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, add.
Hi, guys. Sorry, I'm wolfing. I'm on my night shift right now.
You're wolfing? Oh, you're the other thing?
Yeah, I'm wolfing. I'm going to get shaped up soon.
Period.
I got to grow it out. One, good evening. Manners and respect. Good night. Technically, it's 10:30. I want to thank you so much, Themis, for bringing me up. And as well, I want to give you your props. This was a great live. I did have to miss half of it. I did have to miss half because I am working. I'm in a warehouse right now. But I will say, I did want to bring back to the point where you're saying pastors are using sexuality to sell. Do you think they're doing it to sell the word of God, or do you think they're just doing it to sell themselves and get money for it?
Oh, they just want to be famous and make money. I do not actually believe they want to sell the word of God. I don't think half these people up there, particularly the young pastors, I do not think they believe anything that they're saying.
Absolutely understood. And also one last thing. When are we bringing back the rank list? Because unfortunately, ever since that time, when I was put at F because I didn't know how to explain my point. I don't know. It still hurt me. I don't know why. And you did mention previously, like a couple weeks ago, that ever since you're ranked, those men haven't shown up, and I'm still twerking in the chat.
No, I decided that I would not rank the men because if I had one thing that I believe that I did wrong on YouTube, like the biggest thing that I did wrong, it was that I should never have done that. That was one of my biggest mistakes. Not because the man didn't show up. I think it was hurtful. So there is a way that people take me seriously that I don't fully understand. And so I felt bad because I got a lot of men. If they cursed me out, I would have been fine. But when people were reaching out saying they were sad about, I privated it because when people were reaching out saying they were sad about it and it hurt their feelings, that actually made me really sad. So I removed it.
That's understandable. The reason it hurt me is because you put Stan above me. If you remember. I don't know.
I didn't put Stan above you. The latest said Stan with his yelling voice was a better man than you, girl. I didn't do it.
Again, we all agreed that people can't vet. So that is what it is. If Stan was in F with me, I didn't mind. But that's the only reason I'm upset. If everyone was in F, I didn't mind. Because you know my rule. I don't think there's no good men. All men benefit under the violence and brutality of men and patriarchy, even if they're not participating. That's all I believe. But other than that, I do believe, lastly, just keep going. You're doing a good job. I did take you really seriously in the beginning until I came upon those couple of men's lives. I was like, okay, maybe I'm doing too much. maybe I'm, because I always like, oh, you view as a mentor and everything, but I'm like, really, this is just a regular dude on the internet, expressing his opinions on drama and stuff like that. So I really should.
No, I do not. I am teaching feminism, but yes, regular.
Oh yeah, 2026 goal of teaching feminism the whole year rather than just being a drama queen. I understand. No, ill intention with the word drama. Okay,
no, I got you. Some men don't get in sickness and in health. Oh, sorry, that was earlier.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But past that, other than that, I do hope everyone has a good night. Shout out to Kilo and DJ, even though they were not up here. Just want to show I appreciate your two lovely online wives. They were great, a great addition. And I'm gonna go back to her. But y'all have a good night and stay safe. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate you for coming up. Hopefully they will rank you higher, but we won't do a ranking after this. But they will rank you higher. Hey, the antidote.
Hey everyone. Hello Themis. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
As good as can be in this 2026.
Period. Wait, you're in Jamaica up here?
Jamaica.
Period.
I actually wanted to speak to you in regards to the men's show that you're kind of doing, where you're interviewing more men this year.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
So I actually have someone in mind.
Period.
No.
I'm glad. Tell me about him.
No, I would not recommend someone if they weren't of a certain standard.
Wait, I want to interview anyone from anywhere.
Okay, so this person is from London. So I'm a bit concerned in regards to just the time difference. But he is a complementary therapist. He has worked, within the Black community in London. He has like a men's gathering that he does, I think, once or twice a month or something like that, maybe every week. I don't remember exactly. Where, they do invite men online to have conversations in regards to men's issue, holding men accountable. So, like, for example, you know how whenever men have conversation, they always say, yeah, but the women, he kind of don't tolerate that.
Good.
When it comes to the conversation, he might allow you to say what you're saying, but he's going to redirect it to self-accountability, self-reflection, inward. So it's not always, someone else needs to adjust, someone else needs to change. It's reflecting back on yourself type of thing.
Yeah.
He also does, martial art Tai Chi for like well over 20 years, where he's teaching spirituality. He's very involved in.
No, he's starting to sound like a scammer.
No. He doesn't charge for the men's thing.
Yeah.
When I say he doesn't charge for the men's thing, it's something that is actually free. He teaches Tai because he's an instructor and has been an instructor. When I say spirituality, I'm talking about utilizing a physical art to reconnect with self.
Yeah.
But stepping aside that, he does deal with, teaching people how to heal their bodies through self-massage or through physical activity.
Ignore me. I'm laughing.
I will not.
I actually believe this, but go ahead.
No, express yourself.
No, I'm just an annoying person.
Do it.
No, I'm problematic.
No, go. The
Me.
reason.
Ignore me.
No. I think if there is a doubt, I would not put this person in this space.
No.
Because I've been an avid listener of yours for like a very long time.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of aware of where you are.
Yeah. Wait, I have to clarify why I laughed. when you say self massage, I was holding back like a ton of laughter
Okay.
because I was like, "Oh God!" But
I know it
I
sounds
apologize.
weird. You can laugh. I know it sounds weird, but when I say that, what I really mean is this. Not everyone can actually afford to pay to correct their body. Whether you
Yeah.
have an injury, whether you have a hip issue, knee issue, whether, the hospital or the doctor say, well, the recommendation is surgery, but you don't want to do the surgery. Not everyone can actually afford to pay for someone to deal
Yeah.
with that. Because that's
Yeah.
the work I'm actually in as well.
Yeah.
So I at one point could not afford it. So what he did was he taught me some techniques that I could use at home, utilizing, a foam roller or a foam ball, or if you don't have any of that, you would use a towel, to roll into like a ball.
The way you say it, it's very specific, but I'm just I am down. By the way, you do not have to sell him. I would interview him. Like if you guys have men good and bad,
Yeah.
I'm down to interview them.
So yeah, I would recommend. So is there like an email where I could send the information and y'all do your own thing? And y'all figure out what the conversation is really gonna be about.
Yeah, so it's themisthought@gmail.com.
Hold
It's
on.
my name, YouTube name without the and at Gmail.
themisthought@gmail.com.
Yeah. I do not do promotion of products ever, but just
No, that's fine. I don't have a product to sell, and he does not.
no, not
either.
you, not you. I know you didn't come up to sell a product. I'm saying
Okay.
him. That's good.
Just give me a moment. I'm just trying to. I see a lot of people going crazy in the chat. Y'all mind your business.
Wait, girl, who this
I'm
man to you?
joking. I'm
Who
joking.
is this
Pardon?
man to you? Who is this man to you?
Can I ask why?
Oh, you don't have to answer. Now that I thought I was joking. I thought it was like, oh, it's someone I know, but it's
No,
not
it
like
is someone I
to you.
know.
Mm-hmm.
It is someone I know. So look, I will say this. This person has done like health talks and seminars with like the Ethiopian embassy in London, and they've done a variety of things like that. So it's not like it's a random person. They have their stuff online if you want to search up
Yeah.
via the information I provide.
Wait, did
You
we
can
email each other before?
say that again.
Someone else emailed me to interview someone.
Yes, I think it may have been me some years ago.
Oh no! This was this year.
Okay, no, it was some years ago. So you said it was Themis. Hold on. So at gmail.com.
Mm-hmm. Put interview somewhere in the head, the subject.
Yeah. I know a lot of people are probably a bit uncomfortable at times when it comes to certain things, especially understand this chat is a bit funny when it comes to men. I'm all right with that because I agree with, I agree with practically all of it that goes on in the chat. I'll be having my own shenanigans in the chat. But I will pass that information on. My only concern is just, is he in the background? The person is, are you illiterate? Do you lack comprehension? The person is in London. I'm in
Now
Jamaica.
you're dragging the chat. See, you're setting this man up to be dragged.
No, because I've stated in the beginning that I'm in Jamaica, and then I stated as well that the person is in London. Yeah, because I used to live there. I recently moved. We are not in the
Yeah.
same space.
But if you start dragging the chat, just know that poor man go come into something that has nothing to do with him.
No, I think the chat should drag me instead.
They're not going to do that. They're going to wait for him because they know that's not what you want. Just don't. I will protect him if
That's
he's a
not
good man.
necessary.
If he's a good man, I protect my good guests.
You see, that's the thing. I actually do not use the term good men. Anyone who refers to themselves as good men, I kind of stay clear.
Is he a good man?
I just said I don't use the term good men. Those who label themselves as I'm such a good man tend to be quite problematic.
Describe him to me. Describe how you see him in his character.
I think he's a person of integrity. He says what he means what he says. He has both positive and negative traits, as we all do in life. If he wants to do some
positive traits,
he has integrity. He's quite honest and he's quite loyal in regards to his stand in life. He speaks out against, I would say, abuse of women or children. He kind of take a stand on that, whether you are his friend or not. Whether you decide that you're not going to be friends anymore, he's going to say what he's saying. You don't have to like it, but he's going to say what he's saying. And I think that doesn't exist a lot, where women will check women, but men, they don't really tend to do the same thing. They kind of go with this shared mentality, follow along to go along type thing. And that is something I don't get with, because I'm quite outspoken myself. Friends are family. If you're doing some craziness, he's going to call you out. Just like if he's doing some craziness, you better call him out. He doesn't, like, for example, he has a good friend of his who's been with his, I'm going to say girlfriend, because they weren't married for like a very long time. And he hadn't seen the person like some years. So they were having a conversation where he was talking about what he was going through with his partner. And he was just saying, wait, hold on a minute. So you've chose to be with this woman for this long. You ain't married her. You ain't taking care of her. You're in and out of jail. And you're upset that she's doing this and that. And I don't think that person spoke to him after, unfortunately. As someone says, I'm describing Themis. That's hilarious.
So this woman was in a relationship with a man that was in and out of jail.
Right. So, and he met the guy, because they, you know, them people where you guys kind of grew up together, but in adulthood, you take different paths. So they would see each other in passing, and he chose to have a conversation in regards to his personal life. And, you know, he was just asking, well, how is this and this? How is so and so? And he was just saying, listen, you're either going to leave her or do right by her. And at this point, it don't look like you're going to do right by her. So the best thing for you to is just leave that woman alone. And I think that was the last conversation that person chose to have with him when it comes to anything personal. It became more surface. Hey, you are right. And then that's that.
What's his negative qualities?
I think he can be extreme at times. For example, he's quite patient, but when he hits his limit, he gets loud. He can get loud. Sometimes I would say he will get loud. You will know he's upset, but it takes a while to get there. I would say sometimes if he has, like, say he's well read, right? So because he's well read, sometimes if you're having a conversation, he will not budge on his point. He'll be like, well, listen, that's what you're saying, but you're gonna have to know. I think I've read enough to understand a thing or two. So this is the point I'm sticking with. So he does have that at times. Sorry, give me a minute. Yes. So I could say that is one. I would say he's someone who is prefer to be alone.
Wait, are you in the Discord?
No, I'm not.
Oh, sorry.
So he's someone who at times would prefer to be alone, right? And so he doesn't always reach out to people. So you will go like a month, 2 months, you haven't spoken to him. And that's that. And then he may speak to you, and then at some point he may not. So I would say he likes to be alone at times, but he's quite family oriented when it comes to like his children or his
Oh,
His
he has
mom.
children.
Pardon?
He has children.
Yes.
How many?
4 and 1 died.
Oh,
Yeah. It was one of the twins passed away.
dang, that's sad. I'm sorry to him.
Is that
he
how he
married?
treats you? Pardon?
He's married?
No, he's not married. One minute. Someone asks, is that how he treats you? No. When I say that, I think I mentioned that he's quite family oriented. So people who are in his close circle don't really have to worry much when it comes to reaching out, because he visits his mom like on a weekly basis. I'm talking about like a friend who you speak every so often. I would say, oh, reach out back to this person. He'd be like, oh, I messaged them XYZ. We just haven't spoke. And he just wouldn't send another message until you cross his mind or something like that.
Wait, so he has 4 children, 1 passed, one of the twins.
Mm-hmm.
How many baby mothers?
Hold on,
Sorry,
pause. I think I would leave that for him to, because it's quite personal. I would rather him answer these questions on his own, so you can ask these questions. I'm sure he won't have an issue answering.
I think he might though, but yeah, I do. I respect.
I
your
don't think
position
he.
there.
Well, I don't know, but I think you should ask. Like I said, I will provide the information, and if you are interested, and if there is a space to get an interview because of the time difference, I think go ahead with it.
Yeah, I will. You email me and CC copy him, and I'll reach out.
Is he a Hotep? Does he know Dr. Umar? No.
And he's black.
Yes.
Ah,
5
well,
mothers. Okay. Hold on. Someone asked 5 minutes. I'm going to ask you, how do you have 4 children with 5 baby mothers? That's crazy.
Are you trying to set this man up?
No. Someone just put in the chat 5 mothers. And I think I mentioned he had 4 children, 1 passed away, and someone says with 5 mothers. So how does that make sense?
And one of them was a twin, so it would at most would be 3.
Oh, but it's not. But does he believe in monogamy? I know
Oh,
I'm
wait.
laughing because I don't take things too seriously. I'm
Hey, he
reading
don't
the
believe in
chat.
monogamy. It seems
No,
like
he
you and
does. No, he does. I'm laughing because the chat doesn't take anything serious, and neither do I. So I'm not taking the comments personally. This is funny.
The thing is, now I'm curious, but like the reason I'm curious might be a bad reason because I'm like nosy, and I want to know things, and I don't know. But yeah, I will talk to him about the things he does in the community. He ain't got no mixed children, right? Just FYI.
No.
Oh.
I will say with me, I do not have. Do I know anybody with biracial children? No, I don't know any men in my life. All the men in my life, in my close circle, are with black women.
Cool. I am excited. I will reach out to him when you send me an email and copy him. And I will try to explain some of the questions I'll have so he can confirm beforehand.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll pass that information on. I know the chat is a bit skeptical, but I've actually thought about this for a while. And thought, no, today's a great opportunity. I'll just mention it. If it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
By the way, if you guys have any men in your life that you want me to interview, please bring them forward. I was told to say that to see what's up with y'all and the men's in your life, son over 18, or husband, father, brother, uncle, friend. Let me know. I'll vet them for you.
Sure. Take care and have a good night. I'll be in the chat, y'all.
All right, have a good night.
All right, take care.
For those who have been side chicks, if you guys, I'm joking. The last time there was a side chick who came up here, it didn't end well. So we have a wonderful night, everyone. My food has been here for like an hour, so that's not great. I'm gonna go eat, and yeah, bye.